the European Union under the leadership of Mara Guerreiro. I take the opportunity to express my appreciation to Mara for challenging me to be part of this exciting project and for having an inspiring vision for behavior change education in chronic disease. Mara and I share personal values such as hard work and resilience, which were certainly helpful over the course of the last 3 years of the project. We are stuck by a pandemic that nobody predicted. We changed our routines, and most of the work program of the Train for Health project was carried out during the pandemic. And that's why it's so enjoyable to welcome you all to this event today. At this point, I would also like to express my gratitude to my colleagues of the Train for Health Consortium for this journey and for their contribution to the work program and for ensuring that all outputs are delivered. A special word goes to the Nursing School of Lisbon for continued support, which started with the process of the grant application. This includes many people, from researchers to academic educators and specialized support offices. I would also like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for having devoted their time for the preparation of this event. And we are grateful to the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union for funding the advancement of behavior change support education and bringing together European countries for joint work. Finally, but not less important, I would also like to thank the Nursing Research, Innovation and Development Center of Lisbon for their support in organizing this conference. So, under the theme of behavior change support education in self-management of chronic disease, we have set up a program that brings together stakeholders representing students, academic educators, and researchers from all around Europe to discuss the Train for Health outputs and strategies to move forward behavior change support education. We will start by presenting the Train for Health outputs, the case studies, the massive open online course, the web application with virtual humans, and the networking database. Then, we will be inspired by Professor Araújo Soares' keynote on how to bridge the gap between behavioral science and behavior change support in people with chronic disease. The keynote will be followed by a debate moderated by Dr. Marta Marques from Nova Medical School, and preliminary recommendations for the large-scale implementation of the Train for Health educational products will be presented, followed by a roundtable discussion involving two distinguished guests, Dr. Maria Filomena Gaspar, from the European Federation of Educators in Nursing Science, and Chloe Levels from European Pharmaceutical Students Association. Dr. Betul Okuyan and João Padilha, academic educators, will share their experience in using the Train for Health products as members of the early adopters community. The conference will also mark the public presentation of Transforming Health Education, a joint commitment of European stakeholders for improving competencies to support behavior change in persons self-managing chronic disease. Another highlight is the preview of an open access book to support learning with case studies and the web application, which is in press under the auspices of Springer. During the day, we also show videos on the team's work and testimonials. So, with such an exciting program, you will certainly need breaks. here's the good news. We have a 20 minutes break at 11:35 for a coffee and to grab a bite eat. And you can enjoy complimentary lunch at 30:15. Both the coffee snack and lunch will be served at the main entrance outside the auditorium. And after lunch, we resume work at 14:30. In your conference pack, you can find the program, the credentials for internet access, and handouts with a welcome note and QR codes for project outputs, as well as infographics on the educational products. After the closing session, we invite you to an alfresco networking cocktail where you can experience the Portuguese hospitality and toast with us. So I'm coming to the end of my welcome address. I hope that sharing knowledge and experience over the course of this day empowers you to better support self-management of people living with chronic disease. Thank you very much for listening. Enjoy the conference. And now we will have the first table moderated by Mara. Thank you.
So good morning. Can you hear me? Wonderful. So first of all, thank you so much, Isa, for the wonderful opening. I have to say, Isa is the driving force behind this conference. As everyone appreciates, it's a lot of hard work, so thank you so much for that, Isa. It's my pleasure to be here today and to share the work or the outputs of the work that we have conducted in a Train for Health project over the last 3 years. So I shall say thank you everyone for attending, and a special greeting to my colleagues at this table. A few practicalities before we start. We had a problem with air conditioning yesterday, so it's not working. This is probably the last good news. The good news is that we are proficient in mitigation plans, so we have fans, as you can see, and we're going to monitor the room temperature, and if this gets very uncomfortable for everyone, there is another room, and in one of the breaks we'll swap rooms. The other room is not as nice as this room, but of course if temperature here does not allow productive work, we'll just swap, okay? So of course I have to apologize for the inconvenience. Another practicality is that we're going to stream this conference, so we have many participants that could not be here with us today, face-to-face, and hopefully they will follow the conference via streaming. So, without further ado, I shall start. If you look at the program, this first panel, as I said, is about sharing the outputs of our work in our last 3 years. And so my colleague, Judith Strawbridge from the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, unfortunately she cannot be here with us today. So we'll start with a short video where Judy will talk about the competency framework that we developed to support behavior change in persons self-managing chronic disease. And I think we'll have the video on show in 1 second.
Welcome to this presentation on the development of a European competency framework for health and other professionals to support behaviour change in the self-management of chronic disease. My name is Judith Strawbridge. I'm Associate Professor at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, and I'm presenting on behalf of Work Package 2 team who were working with the Train for Health Consortium. And I'd like to mention particular thanks to Dr. Isa Felix, who helped with the slide production. In this presentation, I will present the background, the aims of this particular work package, and also the methods that we use, and give you a flavour of the results that we found. Essentially, the background is that chronic diseases are responsible for most deaths. So chronic diseases, from diseases such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic lung diseases make up the majority of deaths of the population. There are challenges in self-management which lead to poorer outcomes. So we are looking at the area of supporting people in self-managing their chronic diseases. The aim of this work package was primarily to develop an interprofessional competency framework to support behaviour change for the self-management of chronic diseases at a European level. Secondary to this, to derive a set of behaviour change techniques, BCTs, from an established taxonomy to be linked with the framework competencies. A Delphi method was used to consensualise the behaviour change competency framework. This was based on a draft list of competencies compiled from existing frameworks. A long list of 47 competencies were compiled based on 7 existing competency frameworks. These were shortlisted by looking across the competencies and looking for competencies that were present in 3 or more frameworks. Reviewing holistically with the research team, 2 additional competencies were added, and these reviewed by the full consortium. All 27 then were included in the eDelphi, which was undertaken over 2 rounds. Part 2, then, deriving a set of BCTs to be linked with the framework competencies, was achieved through a combination of literature search and feedback from an expert panel of behavioural psychologists. 5 target behaviours were selected for the self-management of the high-priority chronic diseases based on international guidelines. Literature search and BCTs yielded 29 BCTs effective for the 5 target behaviours in people living with the selected high-priority chronic diseases. 61 individuals responded to the invitation to participate in the Delphi, of whom 55 agreed to receive the link to the questionnaire and 48 responded. So 48 individuals completed the first round of the Delphi study. The panellists represented pharmacy, nursing, sports sciences and physiotherapy, as well as other disciplines including general practice, nutrition, psychology and public health. Panellists originated from 12 different European countries. Consensus was achieved for all 27 competency statements in round 1. Following a review of the panellists' additional comments, the research team made some amendments. This illustrates the progression of the competency statements through the Delphi study. So essentially, after round one, a number of statements were accepted in their entirety and a number were revised to go forward to round two for a further review and consideration. Competency statements included in the final framework numbered 26. The 26 consensus-approved competencies were split into 12 foundational competencies for behaviour change and self-management of chronic disease, so foundation competencies, and 14 specific behaviour change competencies for the self-management of chronic diseases. So these are the final Train for Health competencies that make up the competency framework. Illustrated here are the competencies that directly support behaviour change in the self-management of chronic disease. The statements represent knowledge-based competencies and ability-based competencies. The competencies illustrated in this slide are those that are the foundational competencies that are required for effective delivery of behaviour change support. Again, competencies that represent knowledge and abilities. And you can see here that these competencies may apply to other elements beside behaviour change support, but are required for behaviour change support, such as the ability to maintain effective interprofessional relationships. For part two, an expert panel of 6 behavioural psychologists from 5 countries, Canada, the UK, Ireland, Finland and Portugal, was convened, all of whom were affiliated with academic and or research institutions. The discussion within the research team led to a core set of 21 BCTs common to the 5 target behaviours in the 7 selected high priority chronic diseases that were considered. Additional BCTs were organised in supplementary sets for target behaviour. Both the core and supplementary lists of BCTs are available. More details can be found in published work. So we have a research paper that has been published in BMC Medical Education and also a report that accompanies this work. Many thanks for listening. I'd like to acknowledge that Train for Health has received the funding from the European Union's Erasmus Plus programme, and we're very grateful for that. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and wish you all the very best.
Okay, thank you to Judy. She's not here, but I think she did a wonderful job with this video. If you're interested in the competency framework, in the conference pack there is a QR code that will lead you directly to our research paper that Judy just showed. Okay, so we had the first presentation on the competency framework, and we're moving now to the second presentation about the case studies. And Nuno Pimenta from Escola Superior de Desporto Rio Maior is going to present on behalf of the case studies team. Thank you so much, Nuno, and the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So nice to be here with you today, sharing our work in the Train for Health project. So my mission here today is to present you the case studies that I had the pleasure to lead the development of this task together with my colleague Isa. So thank you, Isa, and thank you all the Train for Health team, everybody contributed. So let's go right to the case studies. So our understanding of the case study, so this was the first step to see what are we aiming for. So our understanding is that we are working on student-centered activities, aiming to provide a practice experience that they can apply theory into an applied setting. So that's what case studies is about for us. So let students be able to apply theoretical knowledge into applied settings. And this has been considered beneficial for health-related students, and therefore we moved to create 4 different case studies. So we have 4 persons from different countries. They are presenting themselves in their own language. So we have Maria José from Portugal, Liam from Ireland, we have Nina from Slovenia, and Luke from the Netherlands. These are also countries that are from the partner of the consortium. So just to let you know, each of these persons have specific chronic diseases, which is also the setting for this project. So we have obesity, asthma, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases. So these are very prevalent diseases. And, well, make sure that our students are able to do intervention in these very common, very prevalent settings. And for each of these cases, we selected target behaviors. So the behaviors we want to tackle in each case. Of course, educators, when adopting these tools, these educational tools, they can choose to use it differently, but this is what the cases were built for. So if we see from case study 1 to case study 4, there is a gradient of complexity. So the complexity increases from one case study to the next. And there are more chronic diseases that I showed you in the previous slide, and also more target behaviors to tackle. So an increasing complexity is a feature of the case studies. So how did we develop? I will not go very deep into the development, but still you can go into the report on the development that has a lot of detail about the development of the case studies. And this report will be available on our website that I invite you to go there and explore. We have a lot of resources and information. Nevertheless, we went through 3 steps. The first step was about setting the framework and design for the case studies. We need to decide how we are going to move into building these case studies. A lot of the framework comes from the work that we saw Judith presenting in the previous presentation. And we use also other resources. You can find them in the report. Then, after we have a strong framework and design decided upon, we move to creation within the Train for Health team, but also with key stakeholders. So there was a lot of involvement from key stakeholders, including students, other universities beyond the Train for Health consortium as well. And then, after having the case studies built, we went to testing. The testing phase also allowed for fine-tuning the case studies. We involved over 700 students from different universities, different countries in Europe. So it was a very comprehensive process. We involved also a lot of educators, higher education educators, that will be some of the key users of this case study. So an interesting development process that you can find in the report. But let's look at the case studies, which is what I want to share with you today. So the case studies ended up into 2 key outputs. One, which is the case study person's profile that you can use, and also the case study toolkits for educators. Again, you can find these tools in the website, open access, free for you to use. Let's go deep into each of the outputs. So the case study person's profile is a A4 sheet, so not very complex, with all the details about each person. You have details about the person and about the context. So it gives the context for the intervention that the educators and the students can use to practice the application of theory into applied settings. Also, it has a lot of relevant information, so not just the initial description. unmet needs of each case study. So it gives hints and opportunities for behavior change intervention for the students to practice. So these are the person's profiles that you can use it standalone as you find it suitable. However, the Train for Health project also wanted to give to facilitate the use of these person profiles and give you more information on how to use it, tips and helpful strategies for educators to use this in practice. So we built case study toolkits. The case study toolkits includes, of course, the case study person profile that I just explained, but includes also learning outcomes and matching resources, and also guidance for for educators to foster the use, to make it easier for educators to use these tools. So, for example, the person's profile I already explained. The learning outcomes, so the toolkits includes these tables that matches the learning outcomes that Judith explained in the previous presentation. So all applied learning outcomes are in the case studies, and they have a proposed content for each competency, a suggestion, reflection question that the educators can use to foster the discussion and the acquisition of this competency. And also we have suggested resources. Mainly, the main resource will be the book, the e-book we will be presenting later today. Also a tool from the Train for Health project that will be published by Springer, and you will be told about this later today. So also, beyond these learning outcomes and matching resources, we also have some guidance to educators. So we give tips on how educators can use this, what they can do before class, in class, after class, so the preparation, the use, and the aftermath of using these tools. And we have some certain tips, so everything is made to help educators smoothly apply this tool and use them in their practice in fostering the improving behavior change competencies in students in the healthcare sector or health-related sector. All of these case studies, all these tools, the person's profile and also the toolkits are available in our website. I invite you to go there, download it, look at it, experience. Feel free, open access, and available for everyone. So I thank the EU for funding our work, and all of you for your interest in our work as well. Okay, over to you, Mana.
Thank you so much, Nuno, for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, let's clap. Yes, it's something I need to share is that in this team we love to applaud and clap hands whenever anyone and everyone does okay. So I think you excelled, Nuno, so thank you so much for that. I know all of you are dying to access our case studies now. If you just hang on 1 second, because it's over to Elga. And Elga is going to present the massive open online course on behalf of the MOOC team. Over to you, Elga.
Thank you, Mara. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet my panel mates and all the audience, and publicly thank Mara for the opportunity to be part of the Train for Health team and belong to this exciting project, and for the possibility to be here today. And today I'm here representing the team MOOC, led by Afonso Cavaco, which is developing the massive open online course on behavior change support for self-managing chronic disease. For the scientific review of the contents of the MOOC, we had the knowledge of experts like Mara Guerreiro from the field of pharmaceutical sciences, Marta Marques from the field of psychology, Isa Felix from nursing, Nuno Pimenta from the field of sports sciences, and José Camalas from nutrition. So, in this presentation, I will talk about the key aspects of the MOOC development, the MOOC structure, and their educational resources. So, like any other MOOC, the Train for Health MOOC has the potential to be massive, open to hundreds of students at the same time without any change in the structure and the operating model. It is open as it can be attended by anyone who has the necessary conditions from the point of view of infrastructure, equipment, and digital competencies from enroll an online course. It is online, that it is developed through digital communication networks, and it is a course given that it is a learning experience with the aim of promoting knowledge development. The MOOC was born from the competency framework and the set of learning outcomes developed in this project. It mobilized existing knowledge on the design of the MOOCs. It resulted from the co-production with stakeholders. We carried out an international focus group study involving patients' associations, and we considered the outputs of other projects funded by the European Union. We also used Now platform to create MOOC. The Now platform is a service developed and managed by the Portuguese National Funding Agency for Science, Research and Technology, which allows the creation of courses in MOOC format produced by recognized and relevant entities and society. During the MOOC development, the MOOC team had several meetings to perform different tests and adjustments. And the MOOC structure has two ECTs and is organized in a welcome message and 4 thematic modules. The contents, like in case studies, are presented from the general to specific with a crescent complexity. Model A deals with concepts and theories in behavior change and chronic diseases. Model B is about assessing target behaviors for chronic disease self-management. Model C gives an insight into the implementation of behavior change strategies. And Model D focuses on communication and person-centered behavior change. Each model has the same structure, has the summary of the model and the learning outcomes and the learning objectives at the beginning. We start with the formative assessment, an introduction test. Then we have several submodels. Each submodel is divided into several thematic unities. And through these unities, the student is challenged to solve various activities and quizzes to stimulate self-reflection. At the end of each model, the students test their knowledge and can see, can contact with the bibliography. Talking about the educational resources. By educational resources, we refer to the ways to present the content included in the MOOC. We used videos to explore some concepts or present some personal testimonials. We also use graphs, diagrams, and charts to communicate the message in appealing and effective way. Some are presented in the form of decision tree, like you can see in the screen. Some contents were presented by animation videos. Adding animation and visual elements to the content can be a fantastic way to reach the audience in a clear, concise, and engaging way. We also use concept mapping to facilitate the understanding of the relationship between concepts. It encourages brainstorming and high-level thinking. And we use the case studies presenting the personas through a virtual human video, which makes the content attractive and captures the interest. Through the MOOC, there are sections, what to know more, with suggestions for resources related to the topic and under analysis, like you can see here on the top. And we are also systematizing important information in a form of key points at the end. So we are finally testing the MOOC, and as soon as the testing is over, it will be available for everyone in our website. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga, for the nice overview about the MOOC. And I just want to make a note that the Now platform is powered by the access that the Nursing School of Lisbon has to this tool. So the Nursing School of Lisbon has a number of resources that have been extremely useful for the project, as Isa mentioned. So I take the opportunity again, because we have two senior academics of the school in the front row, I take the opportunity again to thank the Nursing School of Lisbon for continued support. So on that note, we're going to move to our next panelist. So Ana Paula Claudio from the Faculty of Sciences, University of Lisbon. And Ana Paula is going to present our simulation software with virtual humans on behalf of the SimSoft team. So Ana Paula, the floor is yours.
Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And my role here is to talk about the simulation software that was developed by a large team of people. So it's my honor to be here and to talk about this intellectual output. Okay, so I will start by presenting the simulation software that is already available. You can find here in all slides the link to the software, so feel free to use it, to test it. And we have here a student that is available to help you using the software and testing it. Please test the software. It will be quite valuable for all of us. So I will start by presenting the simulation software. And I will talk a little bit about the development of this tool. So this is the main entrance of the simulation software with the characters that you already know, the personas. So everything is somehow connected
as a chain, a logical chain in the project, of course. And as you already know, each case has a different level of difficulty, okay? So the idea is in our software to introduce some ideas, some features that are related with gamification, okay? With the ideas behind the games, okay? So when you enter the software, you have available the cases, okay? But as we are using gamification, the cases become available as long as people do the cases and have success in the cases, okay? So here, in this situation, the cases that are more difficult are not available yet, okay? So when I click in one of the cases, I am choosing Nina, okay? I have the Nina story aligned with the case studies defined that were defined by Nuno, okay? And we have several possibilities. For the time being, we have brief interventions and long interventions. When the user chooses long interventions, he can have different sessions in that long intervention. Okay, so the idea here is also to have different levels of complexity. Okay, when choosing, for instance, a brief intervention, the user, the student, gets the learning outcomes that that are covered in that intervention. Okay, so the user has always the context, and the tool helps the user in using the case. Okay, so the character, the virtual character in each simulation talks, okay, articulates the speech, and as you can see here, has facial expressions, okay? The user has two options to choose, and one of the answers is less correct than the other one. So when someone chooses the less correct answer, gets a feedback, okay? So the tool provides always feedback to the user. The score that he has obtained so far, so also a gamification feature, the feedback saying that, okay, this is not the better option, and why it is not the better option, okay? So a lot of feedback that is provided to the user. Also, we have an interface with several options that also provide feedback to the user, okay? So probably I will look at the achievements, okay? The user can choose the level of success that he wants to challenge in himself or herself, okay? The feedback provides the list of abbreviated learning outcomes that are across all the simulations, provides the latest score that the user has obtained and the highest score, because the user can repeat the cases and can obtain different scores in different sessions. Okay, we had some user test results that were quite good. Okay, and we are now doing some other tests. I'm not sure if I have asked you to test the software today, but it's a good idea. Okay, so the classification according, this word good is not ours, is according to a general classification of the interface. The development, okay, so I have here divided the development in three characteristics: the contents, the characters, and the interface. Of course, here we have all the team working together, okay? So the contents covers the cases, the dialogues, the identification of the behavior change techniques, the learning outcomes, the type of feedback, okay? So everything was in these contents were produced by the specialists in the team, based on always in scientific evidence, and using software to define the sequence of the dialogues. The characters, so the models, the 2D models, the animation of expressions, the dialogue articulation were provided by the informatics team using technology such as text-to-speech programs, a system of rules in the area of artificial intelligence, and of course programming languages. The interface that provides the interventions, the algorithms to produce the user feedback, and so forth, was provided by the informatics team, but was always with the consulting of the remaining team, okay? So we have used, of course, the technology, gamification principles, and principles that provide ideas, correct ideas to develop and test interfaces. We always use an iterative process. We develop, we test, at least inside the team, and afterwards we refine the tool, okay? The current situation is that it is already online. We have here the link to the simulation software. I'm not sure if I asked you to test it today, but please do that. It is already online, and as I said, and we are producing more interventions and more user tests, okay? And thank you very much for your attention. As you know, the project was funded by the European Union, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ana Paula. So in case you haven't heard about the software testing, we have so many experts in this room. I'm looking at European stakeholders that represent students, and I'm looking at specialists in behavior change science. So perhaps if you could just spare 15 minutes. Diogo, if you make yourself noticeable, if you just wave. So that is Diogo, everyone. So Diogo is over there. And Diogo, if you please wave again, so that waving, fantastic. This is a new form of networking in conferences. So if Diogo, if you just approach our stakeholders that represent students and the behavior scientists that we have in the front row here, perhaps only 10 minutes of your time. We take the process of co-creation very seriously, and this is why, well, Ana Paula has a very nice sense of humor, so nice to work with her. Ana Paula has a very nice sense of humor, and she was just keep repeating that because we take the co-creation process very seriously, so it's really important for us to have your feedback, both, of course, on the positives and the negatives. Right, so on this note, I'm going now to move to my colleague Wanda from the European Students' Union, and Wanda is going to present the networking database. So over to you, Wanda.
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. So hello everyone, my name is Wanda. I work as a project officer for the European Students' Union, and today I will be presenting the Train for Health networking database that was developed by my colleague Maciej here, as well as my colleague Maria Sierra, who is not unfortunately here today. Yes, what this database is about. So basically it's the main topic of the project. So So it's for persons interested in behavior change support in chronic diseases. In more detail, it's a database of various experts, so academic educators, health professionals, education specialists, behavior psychologists, researchers in different fields, as well as students and patients' representatives. Again, they all have a particular interest, that is behavior change support in chronic diseases, and therefore we named it Train for Health Networking Database for Behavior Change Education. So what are the benefits of this networking database? It creates an opportunity for creating a pool of both specialists and users, or both, who will then transfer the knowledge they have obtained in their own discipline on the topic of behavior change support. It will also allow for additional training and research opportunities on the subject, so beyond the scope of the Train for Health project. It's called the networking database, so that's what we want to achieve, networking between all of you, so facilitating contacts for sharing common interests, and then again, stimulate further educational and scientific activities and projects. We also would like to contribute to advancing the state of art of behavior change and support in chronic disease, and again, maximize the exploitation of project outputs during and beyond the lifetime of this project. So one thing that is important to mention, this database was co-created by collecting users' opinions. So we involved external stakeholders in the co-production of this database. So basically through audience consensus, we came to the optimal characteristics of the database. We gave them a contact form, and through which we gathered their feedback to improve the database and to adapt it to their own benefit and use. So this database is available so far only, and will be only in English, and it will be regularly updated and accessible through the project website. I will try now, if I can, to show you the networking database where you can see it on our page. You can also scan it through the QR code, but I thought it would be maybe useful to see it here. So you go here on the top right on networking, and here you will see our registration form. You can click on it, and here you can register to the database if you're interested. It takes, I think, less than a minute to register. And yeah, maybe I can scroll. Yeah, and you can scroll here to see all the experts that are already registered in the database. If you're interested in filtering, you can also filter it by country or by discipline. I go back to here. And yes, if we can get the full slides. If not, that's also fine. And yes, so this is also a call, if you can, to disseminate the database to any of your colleagues who you think might be interested in it. And of course, the database will be available for the next 2 years. So this is not the end of it. The project ends in August, but we will still have it for 2 more years. So you still have time to register and network in the following years. And yeah, I think it's already mentioned that. Thank you for your attention. And this project was funded by the European Union. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vanda. As you noticed by now, we take the acknowledgements to funders very seriously in this team. So I think it's over to you now. Just a short note on the networking database. So in your conference pack, you have a QR code for the networking database. So in case you want to register, it could be an interesting and useful form of networking. So just to let you know that. So over to you now, and we're taking questions from the audience. I know there are so many burning questions in the audience, so who wants to start first? I see many hands up, so I have the difficult job of trying to select one of the persons that wants to participate. And I'll just give it like 10 seconds so that you can reflect and shape your question, and then I'll take that difficult decision. Okay, so while you reflect, I may pass a couple of important points. First of all, about the case studies. We have the case studies in English and currently in other languages also, so Portuguese, Turkish, Slovenian. Am I forgetting something? Yes. Yeah, probably I will, but that's fine because you can correct me. Yes, English and three other languages. That's great. So, as you may understand, in a project of this magnitude, well, resources are never enough. So we welcome all partnerships, as you can see during the day. And if there is any academic educator from another country in the audience who wishes to work with us or to work in isolation, as Nuno said, the products are open access and they have a creative license attribution. So it means that you can use them and you can change them, well, provided you acknowledge the source, okay? So entirely open, and I think one of the greatest goals we have is that what we have developed in the last years is actually used, so feel free. Of course, if you want to work more collaboratively, you can get in touch with us. As Vanda explained, this is the final conference for the project, so the project will finish in August. But we have a serious commitment to sustainability. So, so the website will be up and running, and you can contact us, and you can also join, if you have an interest, our community of early adopters. Okay, so a few hints for you. And of course, at this stage, we'll have people that really want to pose a question. Oh, we have Dr. Marcus in the front row. Yeah, Martha, please go ahead. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for the question. Have you heard the question? Yes, yeah, more or less. Okay, so I'm going to repeat the question in a short form, and then I'll give my view. And if my colleagues want to, well, to chip in, just feel free. So, so Martha's question was about sustainability, and this is really the $1 million question for every project because it's so hard to have sound sustainability when the project is over. In terms of the community of early adopters, we have two enthusiastic early adopters today here with us, and we are hoping that the community of early adopters works as a hub where people that are early adopters can devote some of their time to, well, perhaps meetings, I don't know, twice a year. Perhaps we haven't discussed this in detail, but it will be part of a sustainability and exploitation plan, which we're still perfecting, Nuno, I, and the team. So it is on our agenda for Friday. But anyway, Martha, answering your question, the idea is that the community of early adopters comes up with time, and we are hoping we could have some champions there, and I believe we already have a champion in a room, our colleague Betul from Turkey, who has done an amazing job with the case studies with pharmacy students. And we are hoping that more cases follow, and the Transforming Health Education joint agreement that we are presenting this afternoon, we believe it's also a flagship in terms of sustainability. And in essence, have I addressed your question? Thank you so much, Martha. Professor Arush Swar, so good, a question from you. Yes, you are entirely right, Vera. So we developed, so in terms of target audiences, in the consortium, we have 3 disciplines represented. So nursing, pharmacy, and sports sciences. But this was only because of how the project was set up and the logistics of setting up a consortium. So by no means we are saying that our product can only be used by these disciplines. Actually, I think that transforming health education shows that what we are doing is relevant for dentistry, for medical students, for psychology students, for so many other students, for physiotherapists, etc., etc. So it was developed by a multidisciplinary team. Of course, we don't have every discipline in there, but we have a strong conviction, I would say, on behalf of the team, that what we have is relevant to a lot more disciplines than what we have in the consortium currently. And you can follow up, yes.
So at the moment, you have used a very complex and detailed process to come up with what are the most relevant behavior change techniques that need to be imparted, taught to future healthcare professionals in general, as you just said. My question is, as new evidence comes, as new issues emerge, can we interpret the tools that are currently there as living documents that can be refined, added to, change, and so on and so forth?
Yes, absolutely. I think the point of having this as open access and with a Creative Commons attribution is that you can grab it and you can change it. And I believe that, well, we've tested this in a couple of European countries, but in other countries, you may feel the need to change the case studies a bit, and I've discussed this with Maria João, for example, to adapt that to different cultures, and that emerged even in a work that Betul did in Turkey, where the content of some of the case studies was culturally not appropriate, and this was changed. So I think there is the scope for changing, and as I see it, we won't have, I think, the resources in a sustainability phase to update all the case studies, but I think each educator will have a starting point that it's definitely a lot more than what we had a couple of years ago, and that starting point is a facilitator if you want to improve behavior change and support education, as I see. Perhaps my colleagues want to add something, Gavin?
Just a minor addition that the products were developed without certain contents, like specific information from each area of intervention, to allow this opportunity to be suitable for all areas, all fields of expertise. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't mention specific medicine that you should take or specific exercise program. So it is absent from those specific details, so it can be adapted to all fields. Regarding sustainability, I think the case studies are sorry that I'm speaking for my output, but I think the case studies are the most easy to assure the sustainability, because when you have an early adopters program as we have, and the network that we have as well, it's then the case studies, after they are adopted by educators, they follow a life of their own. Educators can update and adapt to their topics and so on, so they follow their own life beyond the project's timeline. A bit more challenging are the MOOC and the simulation software that require a little bit more resources for updating, the IT resources. So that would be a bit more challenging. Of course, the team of Train for Health is a team that has been working from quite some years, and we'll keep on working, and we'll keep on having more projects. But without funding specifically for these tools, I don't know how we will be able to update it so acutely when new data, new publications, new information is available.
Okay, we are seriously running out of time, but I have to allow our keynote speaker to pose one last question. So very, very briefly, Vera.
No, it was just about dissemination. Are you engaged with any national bodies in the different countries that are participating in this research to assure its dissemination and potentially support the sustainability across time?
Mm-hmm. Right, I'll answer that very briefly. So Vera's question was if we are partnering with stakeholders in each of the countries, right? We haven't reached that level yet. We have partnered with FINE, and we have FINE's vice president here on the first row, who is an umbrella organization at the European level for nursing education. And we have partnered with the European Association of Faculties of Pharmacy and with associations of students. And we hope that instead of going bottom up, we're hoping we could go sort of top down. Of course, the two as you are, it's difficult to answer these kind of questions to a person that knows so much about implementation. So Vera is doing this, which means I'm assuming that you should go both, so top down and bottom up, completely take your point. As in many things in life, it comes down to resources. So we were hoping that we laid the seed for what could be a nice path to implementation in the future, and particularly with the Transforming Health Education that we are presenting this afternoon. Okay, I love Nuno's enthusiasm about getting more funding for projects. I love that. We all know it's like blood, sweat, and tears, but yes, thank you so much for keeping that positive mindset, Nuno. On that note, my time management hasn't been right because it's now at 10:47, so I will bring this panel to an end, and I'm handing over to my colleague, Dr. Marta Marques, who is going to moderate a panel with our keynote speaker, Professor Vera Soares. So thank you so much.
Já está? Ok. Sim, isso eu sei. Obrigada. Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and I'm going to start this session. We have a keynote, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for Q&A and a discussion, depending on how we go about time. So it is my absolute pleasure to present Professora Vera Soares, who is an amazing colleague. She's probably the most well-known health psychologist and behavioral scientist from Portugal, outside Portugal. And she's a very good friend, so it's amazing to have you here. So just a very brief introduction, and then you can start, of course, your keynote, because that's what you all want to hear. So Professor Vera Soares, she's a professor of health psychology and planetary health at the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And she worked before in Portugal at the University of Minho, in Scotland at the University of Aberdeen, and in the UK, England, at the University of Newcastle. And she has a very large experience of more than 2 decades, a bit more than that now. And her track record speaks for her amazing work in looking at development, implementation, and evaluation of evidence and theory-based interventions for promoting behavior change in self-management of chronic disease, but also in the promotion of health behaviors. And Professora Vera is the past president of the European Health Psychology Society. She's also a fellow of the society, and she has contributed a lot to the work in terms of policy and bringing health psychology and behavioral science to a central stage. And at the moment, she's also representing the society in the UN Coalition for Psychology in NGOs. Probably I didn't say the expression correctly. And this year, Professor Vera was actually leading the Psychology Day at the UN, looking at the links between behavioral science as applied to health and behavioral science as applied to planetary health and other societal challenges. And this is also one of her interests at the moment, which is bringing our knowledge in terms of self-management and promoting health behavior and health behavior change in health, and looking at other planetary health and other challenges and how we can apply that knowledge. So I'm going to shut up now. I didn't use a paper, see, to present you. That shows how much I like your work and I know about your work. And the floor is yours, and you can start, Vera. I'll just make a note if you're running too much over time.
Well, thank you so much for your very kind words, Marta. It is very kind of you. So my presentation today should have been written after I heard you all speaking, after I heard all the amazing things you were doing. I knew about them, but seeing them and hearing you speaking about them in your own voices makes a complete difference. As you can see in my presentation, I start with the Portuguese azulejos because they are beautiful. And as a Portuguese, I feel very honored about our culture. So, as Marta said, I started my path at the University of Minho in Portugal, where I've done and completed my PhD studies. From there, I went to Scotland, to the Alliance for Self-Care Research, working with allied healthcare professionals on supporting patients to self-manage and self-care, patients with chronic health conditions. From Aberdeen, I went to England, more precisely to the University of Newcastle, where I worked in the Faculty of Medical Sciences, more precisely in the Public Health Research Institute, which is a transdisciplinary research institute. And I lived near the coast, near the sea, which was it is something that I still miss now living in the Netherlands. And now I'm in the Netherlands. I am in a beautiful city, the city of Enschede, which is a city with lots of thoughts about who do they want to align themselves with. And you can see they have a partnership with Palo Alto in the United States. And we know that from there, lots of IP has come. And it's a fantastic university that has 12,000 students, 4,000 staff. It has 140 acres of land, forests and lakes that belong to the university. And I work precisely in this part here, which is the TechMed Center. And I work again in a multidisciplinary team that works with medics, medical doctors, nurses, and all sorts of healthcare professionals. So this is the outline for today. I have 4 points. The first point is, why is it such a good idea to develop the Train for Health? And what can be some of the difficulties that can emerge, and how can we sort it out? What I set myself to do in this presentation of mine today is to look into the future and to see, okay, we're going into the future. Everybody, every healthcare professional trained has these tools, these skills. And they know how to implement behavior change techniques, and they know how to work with patients. They know how to define the problem and then act. So that's what I departed from. And then let's analyze what kind of issues and barriers can emerge, and how can we together come together to make sure that we overcome these barriers, and what things can perhaps help us to overcome these barriers. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about intervention science, because I think it's very much connected to this. So the consensus workshops that you have conducted that led to a specific set of behavior change techniques, not the 93 as there are in the BCT V1 taxonomy, but a smaller number. It was 25, if I recall. So that number emerged for a specific reason, and it is very much associated with evidence. But as we know, evidence changes with time and changes with the context. So intervention science will be part and partial of everything moving forward, because things are going to change. New strategies will emerge, and we will need to, again, revamp the Train for Health and make sure that everything there still accounts for evidence base. And then I'm going to present some research and practice examples that in an attempt to give you some ideas on how to progress from here on to the future. So, and then lessons to take forward. But because I'll be talking really, everything that I'll be saying across this presentation actually has something that you can think of. This lessons to take forward is just going to be one slide. It's just going to be very short. So don't worry about this. I'll try to stick with the 30 minutes. So why is it such a good idea? It's such a good idea because healthcare professionals have expertise, and they have thousands of points of contact at every hour of the day across the whole planet. They are trusted by the population. They contact with people at key moments in time, moments where somebody comes for help, somebody comes to request support for a symptom, for a problem, for an issue that he or she might be dealing with. And because of this, some of these moments might be teachable moments. It might be somebody that comes to a consultation because they are bleeding from their stomach or from their intestines. It might be all sorts of things. And these moments can be teachable moments. It might be a woman that is pregnant but smokes and is aware of the fact that actually I would love to stop smoking because I know that this can have a negative impact on my child. So these can be considered as teachable moments. So every moment of contact can be an important moment for the person and for the healthcare professional alike, because he can implement and use the skills that he or she has been trained on in order to make a difference. And in the UK, there's this initiative called Making Every Contact Count, or MEC. And indeed, if you make every contact count, and if the healthcare professional has the skills, indeed the contact will count, and you will potentially make a difference. So also, at the first time, healthcare professionals are on the first line of implementing new guidelines, new evidence-based interventions. And of course, new guidelines, new evidence base can lead to new interventions, new treatments, new pathways of care. And these healthcare professionals will be there to implement this. So if they have the skills and if they have the tools, imagine how fantastic this would be and how much easier it would be. This is a figure from the King's Fund report published in 2018 in the UK. And as you can see, it targets life expectancy from 1840 to 2010 and tries to explain the gains that we got across the ages. And initially, surely to do with hygiene measures. Then, increasing life expectancy from the 1890s to the 1950s, probably due to health improvements in young populations. So, for instance, childhood immunization. And then from the 1950s to 2010, that's where the data that they have went to, increasing life expectancy is understood to be linked to improvements in the provision of healthcare, in the way people are managed for their heart conditions, their diabetes, and so on and so forth. And if we link this to the determinants of health, this is in the same report. There are different studies that tell us about, that try to understand what are the determinants of health. And you can see here 2 pie charts. In one pie chart, we have 3 factors: health behaviors, healthcare, and social and environmental factors. In the other one, the social and environmental factors are divided in socioeconomic and environmental. Now imagine, if you look into this, healthcare is responsible for up to 15 to 20% of the determinants of health. If to this we add a healthcare force that is skilled in using behavior change techniques and in implementing evidence-based practice, we can increase its impact and increase its reach. So that's why this is all a good idea, Train for Health, and I love it. And I hope everybody across Europe and across the world, because I know you plan to take the world, will get this. So I see this. And that's why it's such an important thing to do. But what difficulties might emerge? One of the difficulties, now imagine all these people are trained, we are in the future, they have all been trained. All healthcare force has been trained on this. But they are living in their professional life, where we have more and more people accessing services, and oftentimes less and less human resources. And here we have attention, here we have a difficulty. So lack of time and other resources can be a problem. Lack of skills will not happen anymore because Train for Health will be there. Lack of identification with the role can emerge. If somebody thinks that actually this new thing that they want me to, I actually don't believe this is relevant, nobody has explained this to me, nobody has engaged me, this seems to be a top-down approach that I really can't comprehend, I'm not going to engage with this. Could also be low positive expectations of professional role. In studies that we've conducted with many healthcare professionals, some of us told us, well, actually, I'm not going to do this because I don't think it would make any difference. So it's better for me to stay put because no matter what I say or what I do, I'm sure my patient is not going to change. So this is, some beliefs that they had that were impeding the translation into practice of guidelines, of national guidelines, for instance. Could also be for fear of interfering in the healthcare professional and patient relationship. So, for instance, when new guidelines in 2010 came for midwives to actually engage with mothers who smoke, to target this and support them to stop smoking, they said, well, actually, first, I don't know how to introduce the topic, and second, I'm afraid I'm going to interfere in my relationship with the mother. So I fear I'm not doing this. Also, at the same time, it might unwillingly generate intervention-generated inequalities. It might be, and there's some studies that seem to reveal this, that when a healthcare professional who has the tools to intervene, for instance, by supporting somebody to lose weight or referring this person to a weight loss intervention, if this healthcare professional perceives the person sitting there as a person that is chaotic, disorganized, as a person that is completely different from her or him, or if this healthcare professional, him or herself, has also problems with weight management, they will not necessarily engage with the person. So there's many things here that can occur. And the final one that I put was not understanding how an intervention is developed and resist to engage. Resist to engage because they don't understand how coherent it is. They don't understand that it makes sense. They don't understand how did it came about. So this was me trying to brainstorm about potential difficulties in the future, despite Train for Health. And now, this is me thinking about what can help, okay? And then the examples that I'm going to show are on ways that I think we could use to hopefully in the future overcome any difficulties. So what can help? In my view, healthcare professionals should actively engage or should be actually engaged in transdisciplinary teams, working on the development, refinement, adaptation of new interventions or pathways of care. These groups should be involving academics, researchers, healthcare professionals, end users, and using state-of-the-art intervention development frameworks so that there is a better understanding of the person and of his or her behaviors. There is a use of evidence and theory-based behavior change techniques. There is a consideration for contextual constraints. There's the use of the appease criteria, and the appease criteria in essence tell us, is this that we are proposing affordable? Is this that we are proposing practical? Is it effective? Is it acceptable? Does it have side effects, negative ones, that we should be aware of? And will it promote equality or the opposite? And the preparation for implementation and sustainability across time, because it's very nice and fine to develop something that is very much in line with the evidence, but if we don't put in place key infrastructures to refine and to make sure that it continues to be implemented, it will be dropped down as soon as the team goes off. So, and what can facilitate the use of evidence-based interventions in a world where we have more and more people coming through the doors and less healthcare professionals, more and more financial constraints in hiring people? So my contention and what I propose is that better understanding of healthcare professional behavior, as well as barriers and facilitators of this behavior, can support us in developing things with them that facilitate its implementation. Also, understanding that resources are finite, as I said before, and that the use of technology can support reach and sustainability of interventions across time. Think of blended interventions, face-to-face with digital support, where we have some sessions where we work together with the patient, we establish and set goals, we provide feedback then across time, online, using different technological means in accordance to the person's needs and the person's availabilities. And then better understanding of individual drivers so that interventions can be personalized and have greater chances of success for the person. And so this leads me to intervention science. And what is intervention science? What is intervention development? That's what I'm going to focus on. So developing an intervention departs from the presupposition that there's something we can change. There is something we can do to support an individual to change. And usually when I think about intervention development, I think about an intervention and the fact that an intervention has three core features. One is the theory of change, the logic model of change that we understand is changing, can be used to change individual behavior. The other one is the modes of delivery, how we're going to deliver this intervention, face-to-face, blended, group setting, mobile phone app, web-based tool, and the behavior change techniques that we're going to be used. What does the intervention include? And we do this like this because of this causal chain model that we believe and that we know exists. So there are behavioral determinants. Some of these behavioral determinants can be changed. And that's where we think healthcare professionals can act on the behavioral change, on the behavioral determinants that can be changed. So we cannot change where people live. It's very difficult for us healthcare professionals. But we can try to change how people feed themselves, for instance, how people engage or not in physical activity, if people stop smoking or not. So there are several behavioral determinants that can be changed. For instance, cognitive determinants, emotional determinants, and behavioral determinants lead to a specific behavior. A specific behavior, for instance, eating too much sugary foods, leads to physiological and biochemical alterations in our body that can lead to metabolic conditions or diabetes. And this in turn can lead to health outcomes and have changes on our health and in our quality of life. We also know that there are several taxonomies of behavior change, and some of them are more targeting specific behaviors. So for instance, some target smoking, some target diet and physical activity, some target alcohol consumption. The BCT taxonomy V1 tried to incorporate all of this together, and from this you selected 25, they have 93. So it can change, it probably will change, as knowledge always change, because humans always change. We live in a cultural setting, and we are always constantly changing. And that's why science is so interesting, because we can always record the change and try to understand how it comes about. So the aim of the intervention development process is to record and reporting the decisions that we made in developing this intervention. We make strategic decisions that balance between time, resources, and application scenarios. And we try to develop effective and replicable interventions. And some key decisions that the intervention development team needs to make, in my view, one of the most crucial is understanding the problem. Investigating the mechanisms of action that are leading the person or the group of person to be engaged in a specific behavior. This is one of the most crucial things that needs to be done in intervention development. There are many frameworks for intervention development. This is the last iteration of the MRC framework for the development of complex intervention, published in last September 2021. Well, it's going to be 1 year now when September comes. And you can see that in this last iteration, they finally include identify an intervention. You don't always need to be developing a new intervention. You can pick from things that have already been developed and adapt it to your actual context. And for instance, we are doing it now in the UK. We are adapting an intervention that was first developed in Switzerland to the UK setting to support people who come to A&E after trying to commit suicide. So for instance, this can be done. You can pick up something that has been tested before, developed and tested before, and proven as effective, and refine it. And another difference from this framework to the previous one is that it targets the core elements of intervention development and puts at the center of the model. And if you look at this, the core elements are: consider the context, develop, refine, and retest the program theory to make sure that you understand how people are behaving the way they are behaving, engage stakeholders, crucial, identify key uncertainties, refine the intervention, and make sure you have economic considerations, because unfortunately, this is the bane of our reality. So I've published a paper in 2019 trying to look into what frameworks exist and what do they bring. And I came up with a summary of the majority of the frameworks that are available. At the core, stakeholder involvement. Around it, context matters. And within it, the needs assessment, trying to understand what is the issue, what is the problem, defining the scientific core of the intervention, the logic model, then developing the materials, empirical testing, outcome process evaluation, and then finally implementation across the whole of the healthcare system. So, and this is a paper that I put here. I'm not going to talk about this because it's for you to read it in your own time. It's a paper that talks about context and the relevance of context and determines and defines the context in all its different features. I think it's an important read because it allows you to understand why some interventions that are developed in a specific context, if they are just purely put into functioning in a different context, they probably won't work. And this is why. And so it's important for you to read it and to know it exists. And in this this is a chapter that myself and my team developed. It was led by my PhD student, Charlotte Curry, in the UK. And it's, again, trying to give some examples of how can we engage meaningfully stakeholders in developing interventions. And from this, I'm going to some examples of research and practice on how to develop acceptable and feasible interventions. I present 3 examples, one on overweight in primary care, understanding barriers and facilitators for implementation, another one on promoting smoking cessation during pregnancy, and another one on theory and evidence-based intervention development with stakeholder engagement for XP, or xeroderma pigmentosum patients, which are patients who cannot be exposed to UV rays. So the first one is Portuguese. It's a Portuguese study with a PhD student of mine, Ana Trubisqueira, at University of Minho. And this is about trying to understand why is it that we have overweight guidelines for primary care and these are not being implemented. We have 4 steps in this study, and the first step is the identification of the barriers and facilitators of primary care health professionals in targeting overweight. And then it finishes with a pilot study, but in between time it has a step 3, which is intervention co-design workshops, which we have already conducted, and we are writing it up now. So we used the theoretical domain framework by Miki et al., published first in 2005, and then a new iteration of it published in 2012 by Kane et al. So this TDF synthesizes 33 theories and their constructs into 14 domains. And these domains include things like skills, knowledge, beliefs about capabilities, beliefs about consequences, includes things like social influence, emotions, behavior regulation, environmental context and resources, just to name a few. And so we developed a questionnaire and we came up with the barriers and facilitators to the implementation of these guidelines. I'm going to focus here on the barriers. So the barriers, one of the barriers that emerged was beliefs about consequences. The majority of the people believes that no matter what they do, people will not change their behaviors. They'll continue to eat the same thing, and they will not do much about it. If you look at this in terms of knowledge, knowledge is not that bad, but in many of the comments that we received, both in terms of knowledge as well as in terms of skills, healthcare professionals said, we actually don't know how to do this. We have no idea how to do this. Paul Aviard in the United Kingdom, in a study published in The Lancet, talked about how they did this in the UK. They developed a 30-second intervention for GPs, in this case, general practitioners, and this 30 seconds intervention was mainly the GP saying to the patient, you at the moment are overweight. I would like you to lose weight. This would be good for your health. I refer you to Weight Watchers. Your scheduled time to be there is on such day at such time, and you would deliver this schedule to the patient. This was the 30 seconds intervention. And it worked. So there's many things we can do. And some of them include some of the things that you refer to in your own platform, which is being able to communicate with other healthcare professionals, being able to work with other healthcare professionals. So that's interesting. Another thing that emerged was memory, attention, and decision-making processes. So we were told by healthcare professionals, as you can see here, we have medical doctors and nurses, that they didn't have the time to target everything. When they receive a patient with diabetes, there's many things that they need to care for. There's many targets that they need to, including the diabetic foot, that they need to make sure that they use, that they target, that they broach during their time with their patient. And so they have no time for this. And the same thing, environmental context and resources, they don't have resources for that. And the same thing in terms of emotional factors. I fear that if I say this or if I do this, I will be damaging my relationship with my patient. So there's many barriers and facilitators, but to all of this, there's a lot of studies that seem to indicate that actually patients feel okay if a healthcare professional tells them you need to lose weight. You know, so all these things can be reached and can be resolved. This is a different study. This was the Baby Clear study. So guidelines were issued in 2010, as I said to you before, and they were very simple guidelines. You need to know if the person smokes or not. If the person smokes, you need to send it to the stop smoking services for pregnancy within the hospital or within the locality. And this was the intervention that was developed. It looks very complex, but you can read it at your leisure because all the materials are going to be available. And it's really a change in pathway of care and an opt-out referral system. So people are referred to stop smoking service, and if they don't want to go, they need to call and say, I don't want to go. Otherwise, they will be expected to attend first. The second is there's universal CO monitoring. All women are monitored for CO levels. The other thing is that all nurses are provided with a CO monitor. You know, a little bag where they have the CO monitor they can use. They are also trained on how to broach this issue with all the mothers that come and how to introduce this in order that this does not interfere with their relationship with them. So this was tested in 10 different local authorities. It was 17 different hospitals. We had more than 33,000 new births. We published the paper so you can see it. And it doubled the quit rate, this study. Quitters' babies were 6% heavier, which is 210 grams. This sounds like very little, but it's actually very important. We know that weight at birth is very much related with outcomes. So, and then trying to see what helped the implementation of this new intervention in the different settings where we tested. So we did a process evaluation and we interviewed 60 maternity staff and 39 stop smoking for pregnancy services staff. And what we came up with, whilst using the normalization process theory, don't know if you have heard about this, by Carl May and Tracy Finch. This is a theory that tries to understand what are the factors that support implementation across time in a new setting, of a new technology, of a new intervention, of a new behavior change strategy or a new evidence-based intervention. And what we found was that 7 things needed to be present in order for an intervention to be successfully implemented in a new hospital setting. And this was, these are here. So one was contexts need to be close to the assumptions of the intervention package, i.e. they need to have coherence. They need to understand what is being done and why. Second, readiness to make structural changes to implement the intervention package. This has to do both with cognitive participation and collective action. We all understand what we're working for and why we are working for this. Third, competent data management service. We need to understand if what we're doing is having an impact, and we need to check it and assess it from time to time in order to refine what we're doing. And then requirement 4, good communication channels within and between services. 5, strong inter-organizational partnership. 6, senior support and enabling leadership. And 7, having an effective champion. All these things made the difference between hospitals that did it sterlingly and hospitals that didn't do it so well. Well, services within hospitals, of course. Wards within hospitals. So, and this is my final. Sorry, I know I'm a bit late. This is the final one, which is trying to develop an intervention for a very rare condition. There are 100 people with this condition in the United Kingdom. There are many other across the world. This was a call for rare condition work, and we responded to this. These are patients with XP, or xeroderma pigmentosum. It's a rare dermatological condition. The body cannot repair ultraviolet radiation damage to the skin. They develop multiple skin cancers and eye damage, and there's no cure. So it's a chronic condition. So the clinical management is this: surgical removal of cancer, cosmetic repair, topical creams, and the symptoms are manifold. They are 10,000 times fold increase for non-melanoma skin cancers and 2,000 times fold increase in malignant melanoma. They also can have neurological symptoms, 30% of them, and they can have other symptoms like freckling and other non-cancerous skin changes. they need to protect rigorously. UV of any wavelength is damaging to their skin. Even if it is cloudy outside, they still need to protect themselves. But oftentimes this protection calls attention to them, and they don't like to protect with the most effective ways of protection, which are these, okay? They don't like to do it, of course. You can also put on the glasses at home, at schools, in your car, protective films that can support you in adhering to the protection measures. So, at nighttime, they're fine. When there's no UV, they're fine. So the problem is that adherence to photoprotection advice is patchy, and there was no previous research in this population. So what we tried to do first, we tried to understand what were the psychosocial drivers of photoprotection behavior, and how can we intervene to improve protection and reduce UVR reaching the skin. And this is our project structure. The first phase of the study was trying to understand what was happening, trying to understand our population. We conducted qualitative studies, in-depth qualitative studies. We conducted N of 1 studies with objective measurement of ultraviolet exposure and objective measurement, everyday measurement for more than 50 days of behavior, every 15 minutes. And then we also conducted a cross-sectional survey that includes UK, France, Germany, Tunisia, and Japan, all countries that have these conditions. And we developed an intervention. We initially first developed a logic model that tries to, based on all the data that we collect, this is what we understand is happening. People feel that they don't need to protect themselves. This leads to weak levels of motivation. And of course, this leads to poor photoprotection outdoors. And the reason also that they have weak motivation is because there are strong barriers for their behavior. And the reason why they don't engage in photoprotection is because they have low levels of volition. Remember, volition is what occurs after an intention is formed. It's to go from the intention to the practice, you have the volitional stage. And so they had a lot of barriers. So for instance, they had multiple concerns about practical aspects of the protection. They prioritized normality. I want to be normal like the others. They had a poor way of mobilizing social support from others. So there was a lot of things. They had a lot of doubts about the effectiveness of photoprotection, and they underestimated the risk of their condition. So there was a lot of things that were there together. So based on this, we run a consensus conference where we engage everybody in this consensus workshop. We had the research team, we had the clinical team, we had patients, and we had carers involved in this consensus workshop. To this consensus workshop, the goals were to decide what are the predictors that will be targeted on an intervention, because there's so much we need to prioritize, because this intervention needs to be practical and acceptable. How can we do this? And so that's why we came together. We were 19 people on the room. Pre-conference, we created evidence synthesis reports that we sent to everybody, where we created evidence statements based on the evidence that we collected through the N of 1 study, the survey study, and the qualitative in-depth interview. And based on the evidence statements, we also developed intervention recommendations. So all this was material that all 19 participants received before the intervention and came to the consensus day with that on mind. And then on this day, here I am in blue. I think it was just after my daughter was born. I think a year after. That's why I'm a bit bigger there. My word, what do I say? And so all of us here, and so each research team presented the findings of their research. The core team summarized the findings, highlighted contradictions, presented recommendations, and then each recommendation was freshly reviewed by everybody in the conference in different smaller groups? Does it make sense to you? Considering your clinical practice, does it make sense to you? Considering your experience, your lived experience as a patient, does it make sense to you? Considering your lived experience as a carer, does it make sense to you? Okay. So, and then we came up with agreed recommendations. These are some examples. Type of recommendation, targeting the photoprotection behavior, targeting the beliefs about risk perception, targeting the social context, emotional resources in photoprotection, and so on and so forth, automatic processes. So we successfully obtained this. Of course, it also has its limitations, but it allows us to facilitate group enthusiasm for the intervention, and it allowed us to have, from bottom up, champions that really were keen in doing this and engaging with this. Remember, this is an intervention to be delivered by the clinical team, by healthcare professionals, in this case, mainly nurses. So, so that's what we got. And this is the acknowledgement to the NIHR, the funder. Again, we like to acknowledge our funders. I should have acknowledged for the other ones and I forgot. I'm sorry for that. So, final slide, lessons to take forward. So, I'm very late, I know. So you can just finish with the last sentence, which is, if you actively engage others and bring them and the team on board, you can make the difference and have healthcare professionals use their behavior change techniques every day of their professional life in the most effective way. So that's how I finish. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much for the amazing keynote. It's not a problem that you ran out of time for a bit because we were all really enjoying listening to you. So I'll open the floor for questions and then we see how it goes. There's one question already.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Afke from In Holland University from a sports science. So what we did in the Train for Health project is trying to involve professionals outside the, well, more regular healthcare. I came across a study that said, that asked people with a disability, who do you turn to when you want to change your physical activity, when you want to be more physical active? And they actually said, they didn't mention a lot the healthcare professionals, but they said, I want to turn to a social worker because they know me, they're in my community. So do you have any knowledge that well, helping social workers in delivering behavior change would benefit also people with chronic diseases?
Yes, there's studies, for instance, in UK with pharmacists, for instance, in pharmaceutical settings, supporting people with weight loss, supporting people with managing their hypertension, for instance. So there's a lot of studies across the world on that. And so I think that's very interesting because the issue is that oftentimes people cannot go to the hospital setting. And they need to be in their own localities and communities. And so if we can use community resources, available resources that are closer to the people, that makes it so much easier. And so yes, there are studies with that. I saw Martha wanted to say something about that. No?
Just say social prescribing.
Oh yes, yes, social prescribing. Yeah. So yes, that's something. There is studies about this. So you can look for it. You'll find it.
Yeah. So I think we when we do the training with the product of Train for Health, we should involve social workers as well to train them. Thank you for your presentation.
Couldn't agree no more. Yeah.
Okay, it's my turn now. Thank you. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. It was very nice listening to you. I was wondering about the example. You talked about the 30 seconds advice from GP. Well, from my point of view, and I'm not an expert on behavior change, we chose a different approach. Instead of just telling people what to do in 30 seconds, we try to improve their competencies that they can apply in every scenario or in different contexts. Maybe this is not as effective in short term, but might be more in the long term. So I was wondering, for in the light of different things like you mentioned sustainability, for different chronic diseases, you mentioned obesity, for interprofessional work. I wonder if you could comment on these differences between Train for Health and other examples.
So I think the Train for Health is an intervention in itself, isn't it? Because you develop something, a series of MOOCs with different targets to equip the future generations of healthcare professionals with behavioral regulatory skills, really, that they can use in their own lives, but they can also use to support others. So that's what you've done. The example that I talked about from Paul Aviard, it's different. It's an example that tries to, how should I say it, tries to use the resources that they have and the availability that they have, which is almost nil in the GP practice setting, to refer patients for further, more detail and more in-depth training and more in-depth behavior change intervention to support them with weight loss, referring them to weight loss management. All healthcare professionals will need to have the tools to refer patients because we all have our professional limitations. There's, of course, some things we can do, but sometimes we will need to refer others to other healthcare professionals. And every healthcare professional will need to understand that he or she needs to assess their limitations and their contextual constraints, and when, if needed, address or send somebody to a different expert or professional. I also give you an example of a different intervention that we tested that I didn't brought here today. So this was an intervention that was based on a blended intervention. It had the first session, so this was for weight loss maintenance. The first session was face-to-face. This was called the New Level trial, and actually at some point Marta was involved in the New Level trial, weren't you? So this New Level trial was a blended intervention. It started off with face-to-face intervention where a health professional would come to meet the person who wants to maintain the weight that they have lost, because we know that people are very good at losing weight but are very bad at maintaining the weight that they lost. So they lose the weight and they get the weight back some months afterwards. So this intervention was targeting maintaining the weight. And so what we found was that it's very important to have this face-to-face initial session and other sessions and phone calls. But we can also use other blended forms of intervention to make sure that we provide further support if and when needed. So we developed a system of lights to tell us if the person would need more or less support. Yellow or amber and red would tell us this person needs more support. And everybody, all the participants were having in their homes a balance that had a microchip that was linked to the phone, and every time they would weigh themselves, their weight would come to our systems. And every day they would answer questions about, have you stuck to your eating goals? Have you stuck to your physical activity goals? Every week they would answer questions about how do they perceive the week in general. And so based on all these measures, they would get different types of intervention. And at one point, one sole person was managing 144 patients in 2 hours a day. So that's impossible to do in a face-to-face type of intervention. This was a blended intervention, of course.
We have time for one more question.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Like this? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And you were talking about blended approaches, okay? So you have to resort to digital solutions, okay? In these digital solutions, and in your opinion, what is the importance of having these characters with somehow an anthropomorphic representation, and what is the role of those characters concerning empathy? Empathy with the user, if it is a virtual assistant, or engaging more the student, for instance, in get empathic with the patient.
Well, what you have developed is for the students, isn't it? Is for the students to train and to practice. I tell you two experiences that I have. One study, do I hear an echo? Don't know. So one study is, maybe I go away. Oh, maybe that's better. Simple. So one study that we've conducted, in one study we conducted, we developed personas, exactly the same thing you've developed. And this was for a group of people that was in the peri-retirement period, people preparing to retire. So that, to make sure that we use that as a teachable moment so that they can set up new behaviors and then establish them as habits in the future in terms of eating, physical activity, and was also targeting social connectedness. And so we used personas because the intervention was a futuristic intervention, thinking about the future. It was singularly delivered by a mobile phone application. And we used those personas because, precisely by what you just said, we wanted people to engage with this. We wanted people to feel that they were somehow linked to them. So we had different genders, different skin colors, different accents. You know, there are different accents in the UK. And people could decide what they wanted. And they could have the persona with written test, or they could have the persona actually talking to them. So this is one of the things that we have used. We have just piloted this some years ago, and so the results were interesting, but I can't tell you much about this because I can't recall. But, so it means that they weren't fantastic, you know? But there's one study that I recall very much, which was a study, My Dietitian Online, which was a blended study. So in this study, there were two stages. The first stage was you would go and meet your dietitian, okay? You would talk to your dietitian about your diet. These were usually people that had health issues, metabolic conditions, diabetes. And we used this with, we tested it with pregnant women women after pregnancy, and we tested it with diabetic men. Okay, so, and then we conducted a process evaluation. This was a pilot, an acceptability and feasibility, actually, study. And one thing that we noted was, if by any means or chances, because there was a dietitian and there was a physical activity expert that they needed to contact, because they needed to change both their diet as well as their physical activity. If by any means they wouldn't contact any of these two people, they would engage so much less with the platform. The interesting thing when we talked to people was, every time I would receive a message from the system, they would think the message would come from the health professional that they have met. When they wouldn't have met the health professional, they would think, the system sent me this. I have no idea who sent me this. It was some nondescript black box that was sending the messages, and they were not engaging with that. And so that's why I always say that it is important not to say that everything is going to become online in the future, and everything is going to be done online. I think it is important. So one of the things that they said to us, for instance, was, it is so important for me to think that somebody's caring for me, somebody's thinking of me, somebody wants me to become better, And so you can't do this simply with an artificial algorithm. So that in my view, it's my firm belief from what I've seen, from what these people have told us, that it is important to always have a human element to it. And by having a human element, if it is one session face-to-face, even if it is one session on Zoom, currently it's Zoom, isn't it? In the past it used to be Skype. There's many iterations of the same thing. So whatever it is, if there's a human element to this, people will feel more attached and more inclined to engage with the platform.
Thank you, Vera, and thank you everyone for the questions, and fantastic talk again. It was a pleasure to hear and to have you here today. So a big applause for Vera. And before we go, we have a 20 minutes break, so we'll reconvene here at 12:05 on a round table looking at the recommendations for the large-scale implementation of the educational package of Trade for Health. Thanks, everyone.
So welcome back. Do you think I can start, Mara? Or? Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm going to start with our next session. It's going to be a roundtable discussion about our recommendations for large-scale implementation of our educational package. And of course, we already had some questions about implementation, so this will be an interesting discussion. But we will start with my colleague Katja presenting the recommendations. Katja is my colleague from In Holland University of Applied Science. She's an academic educator and senior researcher in the field of health sciences, and she holds a doctoral degree in pediatric oncology about the effects of an exercise intervention with children. And then right to me, we have Filomena Gaspar. She's a coordinator professor of here, ESL, the Lisbon Nursing School, with public discussion in nursing administration, and fine vice president. And she's also former president of the Lisbon School of Nursing and member of the scientific committee of a nursing doctoral program since 2007 at the University of Lisbon. And she holds a doctoral degree in social and organizational psychology and organizational behavior. So she will be commenting on the implementation advice after Katja's presentation. And then we have Chloe Lebos. She's a fifth-year pharmacy student at the University of Montpellier in France. And she's the current vice president of European Affairs for the European Pharmaceutical Students Association. So she will be commenting from a student perspective on our recommendations for implementation. So Katja, please show us what you found in your research.
Hello everybody. Thank you for your introduction, Afke. I'm going to present you the data of primarily data of the widespread implementation of Train for Health educational products, a rapid analysis of the results. The outline of the presentation, after I've presented you the aim and a bit of a background, I will present about the performed activities and the recommendations which we came out of the activities. The aim is to report implementation recommendations based on the experience of stakeholders for widespread implementation of the novel Train for Health educational products, and, of course, to further inspire future users to incorporate the products in their behavior change, chronic disease, and or self-management education. So as we heard before, there are many connections made by the previous presentations. The background. As Judith in her talk already mentioned, having a chronic disease has an increased risk for dying. There is an equivalent of 71% for all deaths globally. To minimize the impact of the disease and increase self-management, behavior change support may help. But behavior change skills need to be learned in higher educational institutes, and practicing with patients is not always possible. So we, as a project group, developed innovative products to use this in their practicing and to improve the learning related to behavior change support in people with chronic disease. The performed activities. We pilot tested the topic list of the focus group and the interviews, of course, by 2 members of the group and 2 students. And after that, I interviewed 7 stakeholders in an online interview. They were all academic leaders or academic educators. And after that, we performed a focus group with 5 students to obtain thoughts and experiences with their using of the educational case studies, of the Train for Health case studies. All this information, all this data was rapidly analyzed and discussed in our team to get consensus about the recommendations. And this whole activity was approved by the ethical committee of the Maribor University. First results. We have three main topics: the benefits, the barriers, and the practical actions. Related to the benefits of the Train for Health products, as the interviewees mentioned, was that this products can increase the knowledge of students to improve their help in behavior change techniques and behavior change support, and increase their motivational communication so that they can really help the patients. The curriculum change, the quality of the curriculum would increase by using all these products and improve the learning and practicing of their skills. Barriers. It was mentioned that having not enough knowledge about the products would barrier the implementation, so that the teachers who were using the Train for Health products needed to have additional information how to use it. This can be done by workshops, like train-the-trainer workshops or courses. So they also thought about things to minimize the barrier. Difference with countries, as was already mentioned in one of the presentations, as said by Mara. Some adaptations can be made in this case studies when there are cultural differences, or when the case would not match the cultural system and the language. They are all primarily written in English, but when this is the problem, you can translate them. So these barriers were also could be tackled. Time consuming, as Nuno reported or said to us, there is a toolkit, but you have, as a teacher, need to collect the learning outcomes for your students and combine them with the things the themes you want to discuss with your students, and that takes time. So this time-consuming thing is maybe only once or twice, but it is a barrier. And it's not easy to implement all products at once. So start with only one or two products. Additional results. It is, so as I said, you need to have knowledge about chronic disease and self-management to be, as an educator, be able to implement the products useful. And having knowledge about motivational interviewing, for example. Social influence, it would be nice to be able to have a community, to contact with people from other HAEs, to talk about the barriers and the benefits you obtained. And maybe this database Wanda already talked about can help to make this community and to discuss all these points. And each country has its own care system and system how they teach and how they communicate with patients. And this as well can be adapted, so you can discuss that in class. Monitoring effects. So it's really important that after implementation you start to monitor the effects, so that all the other teachers can be enthusiastic about it as well. So our first recommendations related to these group of teachers, educators and academic leaders was to stepwise implement the products. So not all at once, but one at a time, and start with the ones which matches the needs of your students or matches the aim of your teaching. Start with a small group of students, like extracurricular students. Monitor the effects. Create a community to improve use and discuss barriers, and train the trainers, start workshop to optimize implementation. So these 5 were the recommendations based on the interviews from academic leaders and academic educators. We, as I told you before, also performed a focus group, and these students talked about their experience with the case studies, so only that product. They gained a lot. So they like to work in teams. They like to discuss with their peers. They learned how to puzzle complex cases. They really learned about communication skills and how to try to incorporate this behavior change techniques. And they were enthusiastic to help new people and help patients in their work. Their recommendations would be to exchange the knowledge with other institutes. So they were related to our community of this project, but they said more students need to know about it. And not only once use case studies, but through the whole project or the whole learning system. Not only 1 year, but the 4-year or the 3-year or the 5-year, how long your college is. Again, using them in small groups so that the discussion can be intensive. And a well preparation of teachers is very nice, and they like to have some awarding for it, and whatever that may be. So you can think about it for yourself. So from them, they liked the teamwork and the discussion. So include this group work, and do it more than once in their scholarship. No big classes, but small groups. And for extrinsic motivation, add rewarding. Overall, everybody loved it. So that's really nice. They really thought it was a good add to the current education, and it would lead to equipped students for their motivation and their help to the patients and clients. They thought that workshops would benefit the learning for the teacher. They think that group work in small groups, as I told you before, would be helpful, and widespread implementation like national and international conferences. This one, publications, strong publications, work associations, and expert meetings would help to implement and further spread the news of having these Train for Health products in practice. And, of course, I need to remember, soon the IU 05 report will be available to see, and it will be on the Train for Health website. So, thank you for your attention, and of course, there is this last slide.
Thank you, Katja, for your presentation on the recommendations. And I want to ask Filomena to reflect and give her perspective on those recommendations.
Hello. Thank you for the invitation. I thank Professor Mara Guerreiro and all the team, of course, for this marvelous work. I must say, brilliant ideas as the creative feedback learning that people can add things in the original program, which is a brilliant idea, I think. And for all the assistants and people that are learning with this. I think this Train for Health is an incredible, very interesting learning opportunity for everybody in all health disciplines. So I don't believe that we have to have different approaches in this transversal knowledge. Of course, there are specific things in each discipline, but there are things that are transversal and we need to share with others and to share in between the disciplines. I tend to look to these in 3 or 4 axes: citizens, health professionals, political networking, decision. Today, our Minister Council is approving the new statute of the National Health System before 30 years. We don't know what's going to happen, but there is a concern. We will see in the afternoon what is going to happen to our new statute of the National Health System. So policy matters also in these subjects of learning, of educational programs, and so on. And I think we have to have some predictors of the health, of the education and of the health system that we probably have to address to spread this wonderful project. First, we have to be able to teach our students that the person-centered care, because we are dealing, or we are trying to teach our students to deal with real people, but sometimes it's not possible to go there, and we have to simulate it. And it's a very important tool to make things happen before we go to real settings. And it's it's ethical, because you are not experimenting so much near the real patient. So, of course, we have to experiment also with the real patient, but you get many other skills before getting there. And it has also another outcome. Probably reduce the stress and the burnout on the students before they went to the practical field in any discipline. But we have to learn that person-centered approach, it's not monodisciplinary, it's transdisciplinary, because person is a multidisciplinary construct. Every one of us is a multidisciplinary construct. So we need to, they and we, of course, everybody needs to learn, else professionals, professors, students, everybody need to understand that we are not owners, we are not champions of the person. We just work for it, and we need to learn how to share power, because we have another problem, is the power between the health professions and the power dealing with the patient. And of course, different cultures may have different situations on the relation between professionals and patients, that in some countries perhaps is less distant, in the other countries perhaps more distance to power, and different to recommend behavior change. So if we are able to do this, I think the main idea can be spread, and international associations, as the one I'm representing here, besides being a professor at ESL, and I take the opportunity to send you the compliments of fine president, which is Cécile Dury from Namur. She's from Belgium. And we were engaged in the project since the first step taken before that came to this. So, and it was a pleasure for us to be able to be in the consortium as an association. And Train for Health is very well known in international meetings, where in fine meetings and fine workshops, when we speak about international projects, Train for Health is known. So I think this is a way of spreading, of course. Other way of spreading is probably address political and European Commission. They give the money, and why not give them the results? Of course, they have all the reports of the results, but there is a health facility for the European Committee. Perhaps you can go there and try to address the owners of the money who gave the money for this beautiful project. So this is international students associations, and I think my colleague here will address that point. It's also very important. Also, political association, patients associations too. I think it's another, because patients associations are very important, and they are very keen of their own chronic, and mainly they are patients with chronic conditions. So there are several, in Portugal, and I believe in other countries, several patients associations that can be also helping us in spread of this kind of products. But the curriculum, I was challenged to speak about the curriculum. The curriculum can be, of course, we can, why not? The question is, why not? It should be mandatory for me. I think all curriculum must have something, or these kind of modules, to taught the students what I have said before at the beginning, that we don't own the patient. We just have to help the patient to do their work. That has to do also with social responsibility, with our capability of being able to transform and to help others to be able to manage their own chronic condition. So it has to do also with rights and duties. Now, if we give power, we have responsibility too. So we tend to learn more, to know more, and we have more responsibility to acknowledge this new approach. This is a new approach. We have to be aware that we gain a lot of knowledge, but also a lot of responsibility. And the 32 seconds, it's a quick approach for those that are saying we don't have time, but there are, if we can say, well, you have special persons and projects that can help you, it's already a help. It's somehow, at least in our system, I can call the good navigators of the system and the not so good navigators of the system. So those who can navigate in this complex system, they can get help in several settings. But those that don't have those skills, they need more help to be able to manage, to self-manage the chronic condition. So this is a quite interesting tool that I think it should be mandatory in the curriculum, and probably it should be negotiated with the leaders on the institutions, perhaps in the Ministry of Health of Higher Education, and in the agency, probably the quality agency, because this is really a quality tool for higher education in health sciences, and, well, of course, this methodology can be spread in other disciplines, I believe so, also. But at least in the health professions, I believe it should be, and I think I'm a bit naive, but also I tend to see things in a larger scale, so in a larger approach. So that's why I think addressing politics and policy is important. And so that's what I would recommend. Thank you. I think I spent my 10 minutes or more.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your perspective on our products, and I'm happy to hear that Train for Health is already in a fine association as a good practice and well known. So that's very good to hear. Now I want to ask Chloe to.
I have two more things to say. I'm sorry, I just forgot it. Languages translation. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Spanish and French. I think it would be important. Spanish, you have all the Latin America except Brazil, which is Portuguese, but would be interesting. And French, because they tend not to speak so much English. And sometimes, well, there's French here. Oh yes, she's from, oh my God, she's from Montpellier. No, but you can speak French for me, that's no problem, but, no, but that's true.
Yeah.
Not always being not able, because they are, but sometimes because it's a question of identity, and the Spanish too, so, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I ask Chloe to reflect from a student perspective and from the student association.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to change the French reputation in my speech. But so first and foremost, I wanted to thank the Train for Health team for their work. I think we can all agree from the student organization side that it answers what we've been advocating for many years. It is completely in line with what students ask for in the changes of teaching methodologies, but also in the soft skill trainings that is very important for us. So I have no doubt it will be accepted from the student part of it. If I can also add to the benefits of the project, I think you mentioned right before the fact that it can also reduce stress before actually interacting with patients. And I think this is also something we've been working a lot on internships and mental health of students. And it has been reported that having mentoring before actually being in contact with patients could very much benefit the students, as they are put very early on in front of situations which they're not prepared for. So I can definitely add to this, because yeah, we believe it's really important. Now regarding the implementation, I have to say I completely agree from the policy side. I think it is very important, mainly because policy is also linked to regulation changes, the way things work, but also funding, which I think we saw from the first panel that it is maybe the most important part of the project in order to have it implemented in faculties. So this is definitely something that I think we need to work together in. Mara keeps also mentioning co-creation. I think co-creation of policy is also very important. Patients as well, since it shows that everyone is for it, and I definitely think it would make a change. We also believe that it should be part of the curricula. As you mentioned, when something's not mandatory, since it's time-consuming and it also needs a lot of changes in the way things are, the education is provided. If it's not mandatory, I think it will be a big barrier for its implementation. This is also something regarding teaching methodologies. We conducted a survey in 2020 and another one in 2017, even before, and all students reported that there is a need to change the teaching methodology. I think we are still in the traditional way of teaching, which was working a while back, but I think now isn't working, both because of the growing place of digital tools, but also COVID-19 has not helped the way education works. So the education system definitely needs to change, first by implementing tools as have been presented this morning. So simulation, I think also anything that's online. It's going to be, I'm going to say something very stupid, but for example, when you learn languages nowadays, everyone uses Duolingo, which is basically the same system as we're using here to teach case studies. And I think this is something that works very efficiently with students and with young people in general. So this is the first thing that is very important within the project, but also the mention of soft skills. Well, in the survey, they mentioned that 50% of students do not have soft skills in their curricula, but 93% would like their inclusion in the curricula, as they think it is very, very important. You mentioned the Train the Trainer project. We see many Train the Trainer projects for other topics, for example, vaccine hesitancy, and it's working a lot because communication, for example, in vaccine hesitancy changes a lot, can have a lot of impact, and I think it could as well for behavior change support from healthcare professionals. So this is definitely something that students want, and a tool that will be very well accepted within faculties. Now, from a student organization point of view, interprofessionalism is very present in our organizations. We work very closely with the nurses, with the psychology students, with the medical and dental students. We try to build projects. One Health, for example, is a very interprofessional field. And we also believe that in chronic disease management, interprofessionalism is very, very important. And it starts early on. As mentioned, there's the whole power struggle between professions. And I think starting early on, bringing the students closer together through that kind of courses. They could be doing it in extracurricular together, for example. That would also help discuss, have different side, because of course it can be done by different professions, but I think a pharmacy students and a nursing students would have a different approach to the case studies, even though it's the same one. So having discussions afterwards could actually help even develop the next courses, and then could create the next learning outcomes and everything that follows. And the last thing I wanted to mention, I think was also mentioned earlier by Katja, community. I definitely believe community will be important in the project. First, for the implementation, I think if we want to have it inside the universities, or if we want to change policy-wise, we will need to be a community to build it, but also community from the content of the courses. Having it co-created, as it was mentioned, will make a huge difference. The program now shows that it has the students' input. If we look at our survey results, everything they're asking for is in the curricula that is presented. So it is completely Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have, yeah, let's do the applause first. So we have time for one question from the audience. Do you have a question for one of the panelists or to Katja? Or perhaps some additional ideas for implementation? Vera.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting. Pondering on implementation and on the future and how are we going to work with different universities, different faculties to make sure that the training of these skills and on these skills is implemented and is and students benefit from it and become better professionals. I wonder if it would be an interesting exercise for each, at least for each of the countries that are currently involved. Let's start with that, to make a map of who do we need to influence, sorry, not to interfere, sorry. Who do we need to influence? Where are they? Who are they? And how can we engage them, you know? Because I think, for instance, today, the event of today would have been an interesting event to engage some of them. But, you know, nothing is lost, of course, because there's so much more we can do in the future. You have the whole future ahead of you. So making a map of who are the people, where are they, what are the key people, and how can you engage and interact with them to present the project and to discover and uncover ways of supporting its implementation. I would also say make sure that you have, you know, a grassroots movement of people that is interested in using it and learning from it and then using it and implementing it in their own teachings, for instance. Because if it is something that is perceived to be a virus or a bacteria, it will be acted against, you know, like our immune system. So think about our immune system and think about how can we make sure that we are being, our presence is being demanded. And so a two-pronged approach, you know, trying to understand who are those power players, as you said, and that are on the top, and try to make sure that you have a big support base of, and you already have some evidence, you know, that demonstrates that it's relevant and that people enjoy it. That was just my 2 cents. I'll pass on.
I couldn't agree more. When I talked to all these people, all the experts, they all recommended to ask the teachers who are in the curriculum, who are developing new learning systems or trying to incorporate new things. Then those were the ones which we needed to talk to. Of course, there needs to be a level up who would support this person. But having it introduced in the system needs to come from the bottom up. So I couldn't agree more. Thank you for that.
I probably forgot the very powerful organizations that professionals, orders, the professionals, borders of orders, they are very powerful, at least in our country. So it should be also, if you have pharmaceutical council, doctors council, nurses council, and other professional associations and councils of order. They have, because they have regulatory and mandatory power to delegate by the state, so that should be a target too.
Okay, because of the time, I think we will close this session, and thank you for listening and discussing with us about the implementation of our products. Thank you very much, Chloe and Vilomena, and thank you, Katja, for your presentation. And then I want to invite Mattea for the next session on the stage.
everyone. It's my pleasure to be today with you, here today with you, and also to be part of this project team, Train for Health. Thank you. In this session, first I would like to say a few words about Nuno Santos. Nuno is a nursing student from the new Nursing School of Lisbon. He started to work in Train for Health Consortium in October 2019. And since March 2020, he started to work as a junior media officer, managing our social media networks. Nuno prepared a video presentation. Presentation teams work in a nutshell, and Nuno's video presentation we will see now. Maybe you want to say something?
I just wanted to say a few words about working here in Train for Health. It was so challenging in so many ways. For example, managing content or learning new tools or new approaches, and the video that we are going to share with you now shows the team's work and outputs during the life cycle of this project. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuno. Nuno for this nice video presentation. You want to say something? Okay, it's enough. You got a big applause today. Okay. And also at the same time, I would like to point it out the importance of students' participation in our research project. The project included a total of 12 students. At the same time, I would like to invite some of them who participate today on the conference that to give you a certificate for your contributions on this project. First, I would like to invite Diogo Branco. Maybe it's not pronounced right, but I hope it is okay. Then I will invite Duarte Taranta. And I also invite Maria Batata. At the same time, I would also like to thank to the project consultants. I would like to thank to Marta Moreira Marquez for her valuable expertise in behavior science, which strengthened the project outputs, and also to the Jose Camolas for supporting the development of content for the MOOC and the Springer book on clinical nutrition. Jose apologized that he could not attend on today's conference, and at that moment I just can invite Marta Moreira Marquez to the floor just to handle the certificate. Okay. Okay. And I also want to invite Ricardo Santos. No. But this is Ricardo. Okay, sorry. Thank you for your contribution. Sorry. You have two names because of that. I think it's happened. We also like to thank to Margarita Barros for designing virtual humans for the educational products. She is also not with us today. Big applause also for Margarita. We now just to thanks to students and project consultants. At the same time, we have to thanks to all who were invited and still are part of the project and will help us that we will finish with that to get our aims. And according to the program, it is now time for lunch break. Free lunch will be served in the lobby and food with restriction will be served separately. The next session will title with title Train for Health Early Adopters Community will be moderated by Annabella Mendes and will start at 2:30 p.m. Then have a nice break and see you at 2:30. Maybe Mara wants to say.
Thank you, Matea. So just a quick note to tell you that lunch is slightly late, which gives you the perfect opportunity to chill out. I wouldn't say to go for a walk because it's too warm outside, but perhaps to answer emails, messages, etc. And then at 1:30 roughly, we envisage that lunch will be served. Thank you so much.
to everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to say hello to all the persons that arrived to Portugal. I must speak with a lot of them in person, so we talk a lot of times by computer, and now it's so different to feel the persons here. It's so nice to be here in our school. So, dear colleagues, dear fellow researchers, dear students, dear Mara, I would like to say to Mara so many thanks for all the opportunities to learning and to spend so marvelous time with Mara. So thank you so much. I must say this too in a formal way because Mara, it's someone asked me to told the word to describe Mara, and I write marvelous because Mara, it's so nice to work with her and spend a lot of time with Mara. So in a formal way, thank you so much, Mara. Here in Trend for Health project, the aim is to improve, as you are saying all the time that we have been here, to help our students to improve healthcare competencies for behavior change to effectively support self-care in chronic disease. So the use of good support in higher education is determinant, especially when we talk about health students. So it is fundamental to think education, innovation, and research by incorporating good resources and scientific methods in our pedagogical activities. So in our project, like in other research project, the early adopters, as we are saying in the morning, are fundamental in the project. So this early adopter program seeks to engage educators or institutions in health adoption of our educational products. So early adopters are expected to contribute to educational products, testing and iterative improvement along the process, and to provide input to our project and in whole projects that they are involved. Envisaged benefits for early adopters included the opportunity for implementing, innovating the products in behavior change support education, in this case, in chronic disease, and all the supports that we can build all in all the process. So in this table, I have two of our early adopters, João and Betul. It's very nice. In our website, you could see that we have other early adopters. And João, I can say that is a pharmaceutical consultant with more than 1,600 hours of training in the last 5 years, and is an invited adjunct professor of Nursing School of Lisbon, ESEL, where he is a co-leader of pharmacology and therapeutic model for Bachelor Law and nursing students. His academic career is marked by the implementation of innovation pedagogical practices, such as flipped classroom, interactive lectures with digital real-time responsive systems, or retrieval practices, with subsequently scientific dissemination in national and international events. Additional is a part of multidisciplinary team oriented toward the design of a model of a continuous improvement of multiple choice questions for students' assessment, in line with the references for Portuguese quality assurance system. It's so nice have you here in ESEL and work with you, João. And in my left side, I have Betul. Betul, it's a nice woman that I have speak with a lot of things that we have in Portugal, and the example could be sardines. So she asked me, what can I eat? What is your best suggest for I eat in Portugal? And I suggest sardines, and I think that most of you agree with me, isn't it? So I explain when she can eat sardines and another lot of things that I think that she will return immediately to our Portugal. And do you agree to share number of phones because I'm invited to go to Istanbul. So Betül is an associate professor in clinical pharmacy, Department of Faculty of Pharmacy at Marmara University in Istanbul, Turkey. She completed her master and PhD in clinical pharmacy. Her research interests focus on development and implementation of theory-based, patient-oriented pharmacy practices in both hospital and community pharmacy settings. Specific areas are mainly on clinical pharmacy service for older patients, medication safety, medication adherence, and pharmacoepidemiology. She is a member of European Society of Clinical Pharmacy Research Committee since 2017. She is the chair of Audit Commission of Society of Clinical Pharmacy in Turkey. She is an academy lecturer of continuous education program organized by Turkish Pharmacists Association since 2016. She is a member of the editorial board of the International Journal of Clinical Pharmacy. So, Betül, the floor is yours. Take the word.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your suggestions.
great moment for you put all your questions to Betul. You could ask about Istanbul too.
If it is not online, it could be much easier for us, but unfortunately we didn't get feedback from them, but I think they they participated in the qualitative studies as previously mentioned, so we received only this feedback.
Yeah, I think now I'm ready. So thank you, Annabelle, and thanks, first of all, Train4Health team for invited me to be here, sharing my experience as early adopter with all of you. So I would like to start my presentation with the question: what if Train4Health case studies could be used in a different way? I mean, not only for behavior changes. And was exactly what we did. We used Nina and Liam in the pharmacology and therapeutics module to explore our own learning outcomes. And to give you some background, I am a co-leader of pharmacology and therapeutics module. That is a 6 CCTS module, part of the first year curriculum of the nursing bachelor degree at the Nursing School of Lisbon. And in the practical component, we used case studies. I mean, students should apply their knowledge to discuss specific situations aligned with our learning outcomes. And why case studies? Because we are student-centered learning methods lovers. I mean, actually, we use two different student-centered learning methods. This one, case studies, and flipped classroom. And in this case studies, these case studies involve engage actively students in their own learning process. So in the past, our practical classes involve this kind of exercise. You mean, we have a brief context. I don't know if you can read well, but it's something like a 47-year-old woman was seen by her primary care doctor for follow-up. She was previously diagnosed with diabetes and hypertension, and usually used 2 medicines for that, and so on and so on. Simple like that, not too much complex. Focus. Eight questions that they should discuss in small groups, about 60 minutes, more or less. And after that, they were invited to share with all the class, and feedback was given by the teacher at the end of the class. So, Train4Health resources allow us to, let me say, do an upgrade on that case studies. I mean, Train4Health resources allow us to use more holistic, more meaningful scenarios that actually mimics the real nursing world experience. Because as someone, sorry, I don't remember who, but someone in the morning said, patients are more than an individual with a couple of medical conditions, with some disease. Patients are someone who have habits, who have beliefs, who have personal, economical concerns, and so on and so on. So it's important to train our students from the beginning, and it's not exclusive for nursing students. It's apply pharmacology students and doctor students and so on. And we used, as I said before, Liam and Nina as an anchor to explore our own learning outcomes, not exclusive behavior changing. And let me show how. Okay, it was not supposed to be here. It's supposed first explain to you that in each class we gave to students a person's profile. In this example, Liam's profile. And after that, we gave to the students an exercise sheet. And that exercise sheet encompassed three different items. First of all, the identification of learning outcomes that will be explored on that class or on that case study. This example, it's about antihypertensive medicines. After that, we used a small or a brief vignette. And why did we use that? Because if you notice, and I think Nuno said this before, the case studies are quite simple in matter of therapeutics. If you notice at the left, Liam used an oral anti-diabetic agent and an oral antihypertensive drug or antihypertensive medicine, but we need a couple of more. So the vignette said that Liam was prescribed a daily doses of peridompril and indapamide. We need that kind of information to explore our classic open-ended questions. That is the same way. Open-ended question that students should discuss in small groups. After that, share the answers with the entire class, and feedback was given by the teacher. In this example, we asked students, for example, to comment the selection of this antihypertensive considering the history of diabetes and describe the mechanism of action of peridompril. But we need a couple of more because the case studies, the Train for Health case studies, asthma, diabetes, and hypertension, obesity. Okay, but we need a couple of more. So we added some information to explore other medical conditions. For example, antifungal agents, antifungal agents, antibacterial, and other ones. High blood cholesterol, it's what I'm looking for, sorry. And how we did it, as I told to you, we had some information at Vignette. Let me show some examples. Liam, original Train for Health profile gave us diabetes and gave us hypertension. And we need more. Like I was trying to tell to you, high blood cholesterol. Actually, we work on a community-acquired pneumonia, and even Colum, his husband, was working. For example, we had some information that drove students to work on angina, stable angina, or stable angina, better saying, and onychomycosis. And we did the same with Nina. But this is an example. We used Liam case study, the original one, and we had some information. For example, Liam's husband has been diagnosed with stable angina, and so on and so on. Column's therapeutic regimen include amlodipine, acetylsalicylic acid, and nitroglycerin in SOS. And the question is, explain the mechanism of action of nitroglycerin. And we did the same with Nina. Nina has, I don't know if you know, asthma and occasional insomnia. And we had a couple of medical conditions. For example, low back pain related with job activities and hormonal birth control because it's a woman. And we believe that these persons' profile are meaningful for students, especially as a future healthcare professional. But we would like to have students' perspective, students' opinion. It's important for us. So to do that, we apply an anonymously, voluntary, and online questionnaire that results on 50% response rate. Half of the students respond the questionnaire, and almost all allow me to share the results here with you. And what we obtained. Overall, almost the students, 96% of respondents, better saying, like to use person's profile to discuss exercise in practical classes. And more than 90% agreed that the use of a person's profile provided an integrated and holistic approach to pharmacotherapy. That's what we want. But it is more. Regarding to the next academic year, students said that practical component should keep this instructional method, and only 2% of respondents disagreed on that. And we had a couple of suggestions or comments filled in the questionnaire, and some students gave us some textual data. And for example, one student said that the case studies, he likes the case study, but sometimes they have a lot of information. I can understand that because the case studies or person's profile are so complete, and we use only a small part of the case studies. And they are first year students as well. Another student said that really liked the way of leading practical classes, big well done for us, and even because it's first contact with the real clinical scenarios. And this is what a student said, not me, okay? And at least another student said that really enjoyed practical classes, and it is also a way of connecting different subjects. I mean, this practical component is a way of interconnecting different subjects. And this is our experience regarding the student's perspective and our beliefs. We will keep this instructional strategy next year, perhaps adding another person, for example, the Maria Jose, it's an example. And for a couple last words, I would like to, or better saying, I hope our experience inspires you to do the same, adapt the case studies to your own reality, to your own needs, because it is possible with that case studies. And to finish, I bet you never seen this slide before. Okay. The project was founded, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Wow, very nice. So I invited you now to put all the questions that you think that's important for we discuss this important use of the resources of the project in to build the competencies of our students. So you could put your questions, please. Hello, Nun.
Can I start? Well, as a leader of the case studies, I would like to acknowledge the work of Betul in using, translating, using, and also João in adapting. And this is what it is all about. So the case studies were meant for this, for people to take them and use them as they think most profitable for the goals. So this is when the case studies gain a life of their own, and now they follow their course. So I'm really happy, really proud of the Train for Health work, but also I'd like to acknowledge the great work you did, the great collaboration you did. So this was not a question, just a remark. Thank you for that. Cheers for you.
Thank you so much, Nuno. Yes.
I think I got it. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Well, thank you a lot for your presentation. I was wondering if the case studies were used as complementary to to the initial courses, or do you think they will replace the curricula and the way it is taught today? How do you see it in the long run? Because since now it is short case studies, from what you were presenting, it was additional to what was actually done before. But do you think enough information would be transmitted from the case studies only if it would replace the way of teaching today?
Thank you for your question. Actually, we used case studies for almost all of our practical components. Only two of our practical component was not used because it's about pharmacovigilance. And all the other, we replaced the old case studies and used person profile, as I said, Liam and Nina, and all the practical classes was around that two person.
We have another question.
I was just wondering if, because at some point you said that one of the comments was that there was too much detail. And I was just wondering, because you were talking about working that you were conducting with first-year students, if there's any chance, you know, as you go over the years of adapting them for your purposes and making them a little bit more simple, and ending up in the end with a more complicated case where you have to deal with polypharmacy and the fact that medications interact and they can lead to different health issues and so on and so forth. It's just...
Yeah, I think this was the best case scenario. For me, it's wonderful if all or almost all or other module could be used the same case studies, because our aim is to explain or to teach pharmacology at the first year, so it's difficult to use the more complex way. But I'm thinking about, okay, when I'm using Nina to teach or work about asthma, it would be nice, it would be great if any other module they can apply the knowledge to, for example, help to communicate how to quick smoke, or in any other case studies as well. So in our module it's difficult to do that because it's just a semester and we have we have first year. So this was a very important suggestion, and I can spread your so important suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, Mara, want to ask something?
Hi again. So if I may add something to the discussion, there was one class, one practical class, where we actually use Nina for medication adherence. So we try to integrate pharmacotherapy and behavior change in that specific class. And it's something, of course, João was explaining how we expanded things, and I thought it was quite nice that we were exploring different subjects in an integrated way, just using the same case study. And I take students' points that in most classes the cases had loads of details that we're not using, but for that class in particular, there was lots of information in the person's profile that was needed. And even in some of the classes, I think perhaps the questions we are asking could be posed in a different way, because when Nina had insomnia and she used a benzodiazepine, and then we asked students, so what advice would you give if Nina gets sleepy, for example? And they would have to go to the case study and check if she worked in night shifts, in day shifts, this kind of stuff that mimics real life. So I think it was wonderful, the kind of feedback we got. João will take the leadership of the pharmacology and therapeutics module next year, so I think there is plenty of work here. But perhaps for some of the questions that are not that much at the level of the mechanism of action, etc., we could try to connect a bit more with the case, because I think that's real life. So just a thought I'm sharing with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mara. We have more questions? Okay, I think we are finished. Thank you so much. Thank you, João. Thank you, too. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon again, and it's my pleasure to be here on stage once again. And this time I'm here to talk about the Transforming Health Education, which is a joint commitment of European stakeholders to improve the competencies of healthcare students to support behavior change in persons that live with chronic disease. And this panel, as the name suggests, is about a joint commitment, so it is a great honor to welcome the guests we have in this panel here today, and I will start by welcoming Ugo. So Ugo is from the European Nursing Students Association. On my right side, I'm welcoming Chloe, and because I know I will get this wrong, I'm going to read. And Chloe is here representing the European Healthcare Students Association Summit, which is an umbrella association of all the healthcare students associations at the European level. And then on my left side, I have Kaja, and Kaja is representing the European Pharmaceutical Students Association. Unfortunately, Lilian Azzopardi, who is the president of the European Association of Faculties of Pharmacy, was due to be here with us today, but due to another commitment, she couldn't make it. So it's an honor anyway to have Lilian and European Association of Faculties of Pharmacy on board. So the first thing you'll notice is that I'm not as proficient as my guests here with all the acronyms for the association, so I'm still trying to find my way. But if I can have the second slide, please. At any point. So I may start by explaining how this joint agreement that we are presenting here today formally was born. And as many other initiatives, stuff arises because people think alike. And in our case, I started discussing with EPSA, particularly with Chloe, and I extend my thank yous to Marta and Andre that are not here anymore with us today. But I do think that we think alike, and we are very keen about doing things that are impactful, and we recognize that if you want to have an impact on person's life, you need to implement, right? So before starting any other new project, implement what you did. And I think this was the motto for what has been a very productive and enjoyable collaboration, I would say. So this started in January this year, and then we got together. I had a wonderful lunch in Brussels. We chatted, we exchanged ideas, and we came to the conclusion that, yes, Train for Health and EPSA could collaborate, but it would be a lot more impactful if we think bigger. And we decided, why not? And Chloe was instrumental in making contacts with so many European stakeholders at the students level. And we also made contacts with associations that represent professionals. And what I'm presenting here today, I think we did not update this slide, so perhaps I'm to blame about that. But there's a logo missing, but no problem. So what we are presenting here today is a joint agreement that was signed by Train for Health, that was signed by the European Pharmaceutical Students Association, that was signed by the European Medical Students Association, that was also subscribed by the European Dental Students Association and by the European Nursing Students Association and by the European Federation of Psychology Students Associations. And I have to say that my first difficulty was to get my head around all these acronyms, but I'm getting there. So what is missing here in the slide is also the logo of the European Association of Faculties of Pharmacy, who also subscribed this joint commitment. And I have to say, we think of this document as a living document, as an open initiative. So there are several ongoing contacts with other stakeholders at the professional level, and particularly when it comes to sports sciences. As you know, in the Train for Health, one of the areas that our core to the project is sports sciences. So we very much hope, to bring on board stakeholders that represent sports sciences and exercise physiologists. So on that note, I have a couple of questions to our guests, and before I hand over and I ask you to comment on my questions, I would also like to say that in terms of what is expected, so basically we now have a joint agreement, and it's up to us, to everyone who subscribed this joint agreement at their own level to implement the products we developed. So this could be done in a multitude of ways. It depends on students' needs, on how the associations operate, etc. But I would say that this is a very much needed first step. So on this note, I may ask perhaps, I'll throw first question, if that's all right. So in terms of your organizations, and you are representing different organizations here today, what kind of initiatives have you been involved in the fields of education? Perhaps starting with Chloe?
Yes, thank you, Mara, for your question and for the introduction. Representing ESSES, so the European Healthcare Student Association Summit, we altogether represent around 500,000 students in Europe, and we work together mainly on interprofessional topics, for example, raising awareness through public health topics. Our main focus area regarding interprofessional education has been on One Health and antimicrobial resistance, but we are developing other topics, for example, mental health, which I discussed earlier, was also very much linked to education, as I think education for young professionals do impact their mental health and stress, especially when it comes to internships and interactions with patients. So this is the more interprofessional side of things, and I will give my colleagues the opportunity to discuss more into details their own projects for their organization.
Excellent. Back to you, Godin.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank for the invitation. It is an honor to be here representing the European Nursing Student Association. And on behalf of my board and my president, Edo, we thank you for inviting us, and we are very happy to be part of this commitment. Well, ENSA for a long time has strived to acquire knowledge not only in the nursing area, but as well in different themes. And it's very important for us as future healthcare workers. We do it especially through social media. I think we all agree that social media nowadays is the way to get information out there. And through social media, we get information to our students, which are not only nursing students, but as well in the interprofessional areas that we work, like my colleague said right here beside me. This past year, we have worked a lot in different projects, some of them promoted by the European Healthcare Students Association Summit. ENSA has also collaborated in the Immunion Project, which is the Coalition for Vaccination, with the main purpose of training healthcare workers in vaccination education to better inform the population and promote vaccination rates. This project was very important for us. It was created in a moment of need when we faced a very low vaccination rate for the COVID-19 vaccine throughout Europe. ENSA has also been more involved in the strategic road mapping for the World Health Organization for the European region, in hopes to elevate the information we give to our students, as well give them a voice regarding our concerns about the future of public health, healthcare work field, and so much more. ENSA conducted a survey as well in 2021 for all the students we represent regarding their mental health during the COVID-19 confinement and how that impacted their education, personal, and social life. This survey allowed us to make a report on how students were dealing with the stress of balancing a pandemic with their studies and their work, and we understood the toll it was taking on them and how hard it was for them to achieve their goals. Also in the mental health team, we have worked with the European Healthcare Students Association Summit in the mental health documentary that was initially proposed by the EPSA here by Chloe. It was a very important project to understand what students were feeling regarding their mental health in 3 different focuses, in the university, in the hospital, and also in primary care.
Thank you so much. It was very insightful. So over to Katja now.
So first of all, thank you a lot for inviting us here. It's a great honor to be here with you. So first of all, let me briefly say what EPSA is. EPSA is an umbrella association representing pharmaceutical students in 36 European countries. Our vision and mission is to bring pharmacy knowledge and students together while providing personal development. We work towards mutual recognition of pharmaceutical diploma and aim to compare pharmaceutical studies across Europe. Education is at the center of our priorities, and since the role of pharmacists is constantly evolving and advancing, we believe that constant changes in the pharmaceutical curricula are needed, and for this reason, EPSA advocates for education, for example, methodology techniques, and for important public health issues. EPSA also supports the continuous promotion of self-management in chronic disease.
After a small IT problem that was sorted, I think you can hear me again. So thank you so much for that, Katja, and I think it's very insightful how education is very much a part of your core business, I would say. So I say we are off a flying start. So my second question would be, and perhaps we can start with Hugo now, so that we have a bit of change here. If you think of this joint agreement, Transforming Health Education, what opportunities do you think are there for action in the future?
So in ENSA, we try to be as much involved as we can in discussion, such in projects or in forums, to talk about these themes. Regarding chronic diseases, it's something that, especially in nursing, it's something that in primary care we try to prevent. We do as much as we can as nurses and as nursing students to promote health, not even mental health, not only mental health, but also physical health. And it's really important that we keep fighting, and this project comes in the right time when we can grab on it and put it in the society. So for the future, I think we're going on the right way, which is to implement it in our schools. We need to start it as early as possible, so if we do it since the first year, it's easier to get it when we get to our professional lives. So when we are healthcare workers, it's much easier than to implement it now. So I think we are on the right path, and we should keep going, and we should talk to student organizations, talk to schools, involve it more in the curricula to make sure that all students get access to an amazing project like this one, to make sure that in the future we have the things that the Train for Health project is considering as important, to pass it to the mentality of the students.
Thank you, Hugo, for those kind words. And I think Hugo has a very important point here. We do have a curriculum that is transnational. So yes, there are loads of opportunities here, as you explained, for future work. So in terms of opportunities for action in the future, what does EPSA think?
As for the opportunities for action, we believe that it's very important to reach out to our members, to pharmacy students, and assess their needs. Chloe before mentioned the methodology booklet. Through this project, we ask students what they think should be changed in the pharmaceutical curricula. What we noticed is that pharmaceutical students need interprofessional collaboration, and they would like to learn from other healthcare professionals and collaborate with them as much as possible. Other than that, they find implementing lifelong learning and soft skills very important, since some of them think that they don't have enough knowledge about communication with patients, self-management. And last but not least, there is digitalization. We have discussed it today before, and pharmacy students, we believe that a lot of things needs to be changed, and we need more digitalization and implementing, for example, online trainings. Thank you.
Thank you, Katja. So that's so much aligned with what you're doing. It's really nice to hear that, because we have the digital component here with the MOOC and the simulation software. So it fits really well with the kind of opportunities you see in the future. So that's wonderful. And last but not least, over to Chloe. So about the opportunities for action in the future.
Thank you. Yes, so I think I'll take a more European perspective to differentiate myself with my colleagues here. Well, with following the COVID-19, we saw that there is a growing patient empowerment, as well as the need to implement cost containment measures, and those have been translated in many policies at European level. Well, first, I think the one that is most relevant here is the European Year of Youth for 2022. That has been a huge opportunity policy-wise, since it has brought up a lot of education topics and a lot of discussions within member states and within the European Union on education and how to transform education. So I think policy-wise, strictly, this will be a great opportunity to get things moving, to have decision makers, make it an important topic, which hopefully will lead to more funds and more awareness at national level. There's also a whole topic brought up around digitalization, health literacy, which also leads then to self-care for patients, which is very much in line with chronic disease management, which as well has been discussed many times through the cancer plan, but also the latest initiative by the Commission on non-communicable diseases, gathering good practices, sharing them with member states, having a lot of discussions with member states, which I think will be a great opportunity for the Train for Health to be promoted, the methods to be shared with educators, with governments, with ministries, and hopefully then have better implementation. And finally, regarding more healthcare and skills within healthcare, we know that the HERA, so the latest authority that was built within the European Union, has a focus on skills. We know the work hasn't started, even though it's been maybe already 9 months that it's been up and running. So I think now it's our turn to push for what Train for Health is doing, to show the recommendations that we have and ask them to be a priority for the Commission to have these implemented within member states and universities.
So this is very inspiring, because we have a need to build capacity. We have that from pharmacy side, from nursing side, and from a more umbrella perspective, so to say, and we may have a policy push, so that's wonderful news. I think we are going to leave this conference full of energy. Okay, so this leads me to my last question, and I think Katja may start now. In terms of the collaboration of students, educators, and professionals, do you regard this as important, and why is it important?
We believe that collaboration with professionals and educators is key, because we can learn from their expertise. We can also work on the educational projects together, for example, online trainings, and their input is highly valuable for us. Also, we see a space for collaboration on improving the pharmaceutical curricula, since they have different perspective. And last but not least, thanks to collaborations with professionals, we can access different internships, being crucial for our future development. One more thing I'd like to mention, the methodology booklet. Our approach this year will be different. We would like to create a network. We would like to reach out to different stakeholders and create a survey, and based on that, we would like to change the pharmaceutical curricula even more effectively and on a bigger scale. And maybe I'd like to mention that I believe that our collaboration with Train for Health would be very beneficial with the educators and professionals from the project. Thank you.
So Katja, I think collaboration is the key word, and everyone is a strong believer about that. So on that note, perhaps over to Ugo now to answer why is it important to have collaboration with educators and professionals? Thank you.
So one word that comes to my mind that we already talked about today is about power. And I think as associations, we do the best that we can, but there is a limit to the power and to the knowledge that we have as students. And by collaborating with educators and professionals, we get credibility to our projects, we get a more strong front, and I think it's the best way to get the projects out there to our students, to the population in general, and it's the best way to create these projects, not only doing it ourselves, but by partnerships and working together. It's the best way to achieve the main goals that we want, is to improve mental health, to improve public health, and I think we could do it without collaboration with educators and professionals, but we wouldn't reach as high as we want, and I think at the moment we need to reach as high as that point. Thank you.
I so agree with you, Ugo. I think one of the transformational learnings for me in terms of co-creation that Vera spoke this morning is that work with all the stakeholders from the outset. Because you get all these inputs before you shape things to a point that perhaps they're not that much aligned with what you need. So I think what you said is about synergy, and I'm also a strong believer about that. So I see my future work always in collaboration with all the key stakeholders, and of course you are key stakeholders. So thank you so much for that. Over to Chloe now.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to sum up what I think our organization think altogether. I think we like to think of ourselves as a key resource for such projects, because we are, in some countries more than others, but we have student elects and student advocates in universities that can talk and can be close to the boards. So we could, within our organization, create ambassadors of the project and disseminate it within universities at local level. Because as someone earlier said, it is kind of a snowball effect. This is how we get things done. So I think we could be that resource for professionals, and professionals in return could share their expertise on what's missing in our education. Because as Ugo was saying, we're still students. We know what we want to know more, but we don't know what's necessary regarding such things as chronic disease management. So I think we can both help each other. We can brainstorm, as Kasia said, in a stakeholder network on how we can implement things, and this would be a great way to, as you said, implement the projects and have the next level done.
Absolutely. So I think this session just activate us to do a lot of work in the near future. And it's absolutely wonderful to have this collaboration. And I would like you to thank our guests with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much for your vision, and thank you so much for what I regard as the start of a very fruitful collaboration. I think we might have 1 minute for questions. If anyone in the audience has a burning question for any of our speakers? Yes? Okay, I think some people... Absolutely, Matthias. Thank you so much for raising the point that in this table today we have representatives of 500,000 students. But Matthias' point is that we could actually reach a lot higher. So absolutely agree. As we said, and I think there is consensus about this, we face this as an open initiative. So there are so many contacts ongoing, and hopefully some of them will be fruitful. So yes, we all like to aim higher and to achieve things, so thank you for that comment. Okay, on that note, yes, we have a question from Afka.
As you said, Mara, the sports students are not so well organized, not yet, but so maybe you have some ideas or some tips where to start, because for us it would be important to have like an association as you have for the sports students as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, I've discussed that with Chloe because we were trying to identify an association of students that would represent sports sciences, and we couldn't identify any. I think the one thing that could be fruitful perhaps is the association that is led by Johan, so Johan de Jong. I think they have a branch for students or something alike, so perhaps the established associations could provide some mentorship to these students that are still not yet organized at the European level. So perhaps if we put persons in contact, you might be kind enough to help others that are not at that stage of organization yet to get there. Because if you think of lifestyle, and many of the changes we have to do are about lifestyle, I do think that exercise physiologists are very important because they are the experts in their area. So we need to collaborate with each other. And I think it was one of the points where this project was visionary, was partnering with a discipline that sometimes is underrepresented. Okay, so thank you so much for bringing that up, Afka. Any other comments? Of course.
Yep. Maybe just one thing to add. Our organization was built because of a project like this. The locals, the French Association said there's a common framework to be built in Europe on education, and this is how our organization was built. So I think it would be a great opportunity, definitely, to build the association. Education brings them together usually, so it would be a good thing.
Thank you. So I'll try to manage time a little bit better than I did earlier. So I think we reached the end of our panel. Again, thank you so much for what I see as the start of a very exciting process. And on that note, I'm handing over to my colleague, Lucia, from the University of Maribor. And Lucia is going to chair a panel on Teams testimonials.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucia, I'm from University of Maribor, and I'm very happy to be here today and to be part of this amazing Train for Health teams. Me and Matej will present our videos. So Matej is responsible for coordinating activities that promote the organization in its work supporting European Students' Union projects. He holds bachelor and master degree in philosophy. Apart from his work on behalf of students at the university level, he has also served as international officer for the Students' Parliament of the Republic of Poland and as Poland's representative in the European Students' Union. So Matej will introduce our videos.
Hello everyone, it's so nice to see you. I hope you're enjoying the conference. We have been discussing many topics, we have been seeing many presentations. So now it's the time to get to know more our team. And we would like to present you a video where we collected all the testimonials from all the partners, from different culture, from different countries, from different backgrounds. So it's even interesting for me to see what's the result. I don't want to spoiler. I would like to invite you to see the content and maybe understand what's our opinion on the project, what we learned, how this project changed our behavior, maybe something happened. So I'm looking forward to seeing that video too. So feel invited to enjoy the video.
I think it has empowered me as a team member. It has closed the communication gaps and also promoted a team mentality with improved work relationships.
Working in an interprofessional team was great fun. We had a lot of inspiring people and I learned a lot, especially because we all have different tools but trying to reach the same aim. And it really helped in this project to reach all our goals.
It was amazing and also challenging to work in an interprofessional team. Amazing because I learned with and from others, for example, different ways of working and valuable knowledge about other disciplines. Amazing because we complemented each other, resulting in valuable outputs. On the other hand, it was challenging because when you work in an interprofessional team, it is necessary to integrate diverse knowledge across academic disciplines and sectors into tangible outputs. But well, the important is that we manage all the difference and challenge as a team.
My main role was in the development of the learning outcomes, and we discovered very quickly that when the content was set by the team developing the competency framework, it was relatively easy to formulate the learning outcomes. As we experienced educators, Christina with the nursing background and Judith with the pharmacy background, we were all used to work with, for example, the taxonomy of Bloom. So that's where we found each other, regardless our professional background. Our passion and experience with education, our hard work and persistence made us a very good team.
And for me, working in the professional team allowed me to better understand the intervention of each professional and in this way improve my own skills.
I truly believe the strength of the Train for Health project lies in the versatility of its members, so people working in academia, research, health experts, as well as us as a representative of a network of student unions that all gather to work on this important topic of improving the student competencies on behavior change and to support self-care in chronic diseases.
It was a pleasure to work with this interprofessional and international team. I have been with Mara and some colleagues in another project, and the energy was constant.
One of the most stimulating aspects of working in an international setting is an amazing possibility of meeting new people from all over Europe. This way of working teaches you to prioritize and organize your work, taking into account the area for which you are responsible, but at the same time, how to support others to ensure that the quality of all the activities that we have been preparing is as best as possible.
Working in an interdisciplinary team had several gains. I learned new things about behavior change, had the opportunity to discuss the topic with people from different areas and different perspectives. It was a challenge to discuss different knowledge and perspectives and make decisions after that debate, because the decisions were more robust, with better use of evidence and with gains for the team, but also for the final product of the project.
Being part of an interprofessional Train for Health team has allowed the project to integrate and combine different skills and knowledge with one common goal: how to help effectively support self-care in patients with chronic disease. In my opinion, the collaboration of the different teams played an important role in this project.
I could say that I have improved my level of collaboration, my creativity, also my self-confidence, some critical thinking in critical moments, and especially perseverance.
Right from the beginning, and as a nursing student, this project has challenged me in so many ways. My main role in this project was being a junior media officer, and actually I did not have any kind of experience managing social media networks or even editing videos or images. So I can say that Train for Health made me search for a lot of online resources and even take a lot of courses. Now this is an area where I can consider that I know sufficient, and I have been using this experience as a learning support to start new projects. So thank you, Train for Health, and stay tuned.
The main lesson I have learned here were in terms of methodological rigor. I'm grateful for the opportunity I had to integrate this project, and I wish all its members the greatest success. Bye.
My learnings are that project management is a true job and it's not my cup of tea, but especially what I've learned is that you never need to be in the final work package of a project because you're always short of time, but we managed.
But I think the main learning is related to the empowerment of interprofessional collaboration in solving problems or challenge in the interprofessional education and in the future in healthcare interprofessional working. It was very rewarding, the relationship and trustful in the team, which allow us to develop confidence in the interprofessional collaboration.
The project has given me a broader view of the importance of supporting self-care of chronic disease and has added to my knowledge in the field of education. I also made a lot of new connections through the project. I'm very proud to be part of this research team.
I feel as though while working on this project, I managed to learn, grow, and most importantly, adapt to the work of my partners that come from different backgrounds and countries, and very importantly as well, expanded my knowledge on this topic.
For me, the main learnings come from the cooperation and research investment to support digital products such as MOOC.
The Train for Health project helped me to understand, to pay more attention to little details that can have a big impact on the final results. And this is important because thanks to the project, I understood better my workload, how to prioritize and how to organize myself in terms of collaborating with people and how to discuss with them different elements which together should deliver something amazing.
I have developed strong collaborative and interprofessional skills in this project. Now, I fully understand how important it is to have great team dynamics, set clear goals, rightly balance priorities and tasks, and be sensitive to the team's needs and values, as well as maintain effective communication with partners and stakeholders. As project manager of an international group of about 40 people from different disciplines, I have learned to manage a team and tasks proficiently. And I perfect characteristics such as close interpersonal relationships with team members.
I learned that when you put effort in, combined strengths, we can build fantastic educational products that really challenge students and better prepare them for the future. I've had a lot of fun. Thank you, team Train for Health.
So now you could get to know us better and understand our perspectives. So I would like first to thank Isa and Nunu for preparing both videos. This is an important thing to be mentioned. Obrigado. I hope that this is maybe the end of one project, but maybe a beginning for another one. Of course, this is just a start, so maybe in the future there might be an opportunity to continue working on this area. So just to not waste time, because of course we have other commitments here as well. So I would like to invite Gregor, Mara, Isa, and Marta, who would contribute to the discussion on a practical guide on behavior change support for self-managing chronic disease. So a big applause for all the partners, and yeah, now we can start another session. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. It's my great pleasure to start this last session before the closing of this nice conference. In this session we would like to present to you an important outcome of the project, namely the book, which is titled A Practical Guide on Behavior Change Support for Self-Managing Chronic Disease. And with me today are the three main driving forces or editors of this book. On my right, Mara, and then Isa and Marta. You already know all of them from today's program. They have been coming on and off the stage throughout the day, but I don't remember having Mara and Isa at the same time on the stage. So it's my great honor to to chair this session. So with this, I will give the word to Mara first, and then we will continue with the others.
So thank you so much, Gregor. I bet you're probably a bit fed up of having me on stage, but I promise this is the last time. So I'm going to start, so I'm telling you, let me just have the next slide on. I'll tell you a bit about the story, so how this book was born, because there is a story behind every book, but those who use for learning or read it are not always familiar with that story. So the very beginning of the story of this book dates back to 2014, when I collaborated in a project. It was an education project. It was interdisciplinary, as I like to work. I can't think of doing research any other way nowadays. And this was a project on virtual humans for simulation in pharmacy. And I have the great pleasure of having here the researchers that were lead researchers for that project, so Ana Paula Claudio and her team. And I can say that virtual pharmacy opened exciting avenues of exploration to the world of digital education. So it was definitely a landmark for me. Then in 2018, we got funded to develop a prototype of a virtual human to support self-management of persons with diabetes type 2, so older people with diabetes type 2. And Disa and I, we resorted to behavioral science to develop this prototype. And this was, as I said, in another project, VA Self-Care. And from this experience, we realized that there was substantial room for optimizing self-management support from health and other professionals. And we brainstormed, we assessed needs, we pivoted, and we invested countless hours of work in a grant application for the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union, and that has led us to a successful grant. And of course, this is the start of a process only, and the idea that is underpinning the Train for Health project is very simple, but seemingly it was not explored. So let's combine, well, education and digital education in particular with behavioral science and with co-creation with stakeholders to improve the competencies of students in supporting a behavior change in persons that live with chronic disease. And Marta was not part of the team that submitted this grant application, but Marta has lent her expertise in behavioral science and health psychology to our project since the beginning, and this was so important. I was commenting at lunchtime that Isa, Marta, and I, we come from different scientific backgrounds and disciplines. We look at problems from different angles. We approach work processes in different ways, but we are united by common values and a desire to learn with and from each other. And this combination that is so difficult to achieve, I mean, it's only magical because it turns hard work into an experience that is rich, it is enjoyable, and is very productive. And isn't this the dream of everyone's work? So on this note, I shall say that the idea of coming up with a book, an open access book, it has a story, as I just shared, but it was also born out of a practical need. We were using the simulation software, as Ana Paula showed this morning, and case studies, and we realized that if a student gets feedback, you need to feed forward. So you need to indicate to that student that X resource is good if you want to improve. And that resource, it didn't exist. We had the MOOC, but it would be a bit complicated perhaps to refer a student from case studies in class to a MOOC. And the one thing we learned with co-creation that we did with students and educators is that users wanted these to be flexible. So they didn't want a rigid learning journey. So the key was you have the products and everyone approaches them in their own way. So we thought a book was really needed. And now I think, thank you. I've been doing a lot of thank yous since this morning, but it's just part of my role today. And a thank you goes to the partners, to the Train for Health partners, because this output was not part of the initial planning, so this is an additional output of the project. And we had no funding for an open access book. And of course, if a book is open access, it means that somebody has to pay for the book processing charge. And I am delighted to tell you that I approached the partners, and everyone was very enthusiastic about supporting these from a financial standpoint, and I'm very grateful to the consortium. And at this point, I should also thank to SIDNUR, so Isa already mentioned SIDNUR this morning, so the Nursing Research Center at the Nursing School of Lisbon, and SIDNUR also supported financially this book. So on this note, we approached Springer. We did a bit of survey of market options. Springer, as you or many of you will recognize, is a very respectable publisher. They have a very strong collection of ebooks, and we thought they would provide a wonderful showcase for our work. So we approached Springer, we made a proposal. Of course, Marta was instrumental because, as I said, Marta is the bit of the puzzle on behavior science that we were missing in the project. So Marta was instrumental. We had a lot of fun brainstorming, staffing meetings, and working on top of deadlines, as we always do. But the good news is, well, our proposal was accepted, and we started to work on a book around January, I think, and I'm very proud of ourselves because I think we did an amazing job. As anyone in a room will know, if anyone has written a book here, a textbook, it's a lot of hard work as everything. So I'm very proud of the teamwork because we managed in something like 6 months roughly to put the book together with contributions from the MOOC team, which was like, the starting point was the content of the MOOC. But we shaped it, we improved it, we reinvented, and we did so many things that took so many hours of work. So I'm delighted to say that the book manuscript was submitted. And on that note, Isa, I think, will tell us a bit about the book structure. So over to you, Isa.
Thank you, Mara. This book is structured in a way, as Mara mentioned, intending to logically lead the reader through the Train for Health innovation journey and facilitate learning. The book is organized in 6 chapters, and chapter 1 introduced the competencies necessary for delivering effective behavior change support and corresponding learning outcomes. The second chapter summarizes concepts and theories for understanding human behavior. And the chapter 3 moves to self-management in behaviors in chronic disease, such as type 2 diabetes, obesity, and their assessment. From here, we in chapter 4 discusses the assessment of behavior determinants, in practice, and the implementation of behavior change strategies, including how behavior change techniques can be implemented in practice. Chapter 5 recaps person-centered communication to support behavior change, and this chapter presents critical components of human interaction between the professional and the person. And finally, chapter 6 point out additional learning resources developed as part of the project, including the case studies toolkit, as we mentioned today, and the open access simulation software. So over to you, Marta. Sorry.
Marta is very similar.
Yeah.
Thanks. Did I need that?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to say a few words because I know it's really hot inside and we're getting a bit tired. I just wanted to reinforce what Mara already said about the importance of this book in terms of, first of all, of being a resource that can be used through time for students and practitioners that are working in practice and will actually need to go back to look at what they learn in training and also to kind of adapt what they learn to what is happening in practice. And actually when Vera was doing her presentation, one of the questions I had, if there weren't enough questions from the audience, which we had, and that was amazing, was about how do we go from, we do the framework of competences, we have the MOOC, we have now the book, and other resources. Students will learn. It can be implemented also for professionals in the future, but then people go to practice, they try out things, and as we know, things need to be readjusted, readapted. And I think the book is also a resource that is going to help in going from that step to the other, because you learn, you implement, and then you can go back to an additional resource and see, let me look what theory says, what the references said, what is the main evidence, and what might be things that I can even learn more or adjust. And of course, this is a first edition, and as we know, research in behavioral science evolves really fast, and I suppose that in a few years there will be other editions. Doesn't matter who is going to publish, but there will be new knowledge. The other element that I think is really important is the emphasis on behavioral science that this book has. And one of the reasons why I also accepted the challenge from Mara and Isa to join as a co-editor in this book and also to help with other elements of the project from a behavioral science perspective is that because it's in fact very rare that you see this kind of projects looking at behavioral science with this level of detail. So a lot of the times when we look at either more research or implementation science-based projects that are looking at education for healthcare professionals or students, a lot of the content and the theories and the way that this is approached is very much focused on education and using very simple models of just educating patients or going back to whatever are the models that you learn when you're doing your training, and that's what you use. And this is a very good example and rare of a project that really goes into behavioral science frameworks and theories and techniques and strategies, links that with other knowledge, especially from communication and healthcare communication theories, and brings all of that together in a training that is very coherent. And I think that once you have a look at the book that will be published in August, and as Mara said, is open access, you will see how this comes into life. So exactly what I'm saying now. And the fact that behavioral science is so important is that this book is also reflected by the fact that the foreword of the book was written by Mary Johnson, who is probably one of the most amazing, well-known, famous researchers in health psychology and behavioral science, who was on the team that created the behavior change techniques taxonomy and frameworks and all of that, and actually was one of the first researchers in the world to develop a competences framework for professionals in this field. So I think that's it from my side. I hope you enjoy the book when the book is out, and would also be great to have your feedback once you have time to go through it. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Marta, Isa, and Mara. I think they deserve a round of applause first for their hard work. We still have time for a question or two if anyone is interested in anything regarding the book or anything else, since we have now, as I mentioned, the main players here of the project. Any more questions? Please.
Thanks, Vera. So the supplementary online resources are the case studies that Nuno presented this morning, the case studies toolkits, and the simulation software. So what we are doing in this last chapter, for the sake of coherence, is linking the book with all the other resources. And the other resources, as we learned this morning, are open access. So it means you can always access them as you feel it's needed for your own learning journey. I hope I have addressed your question. Yes, thank you. So I'm not sure if everyone, sorry, if I may? Yes. No, sorry. No, we're okay time. I might pass that to you, Martha, because you wanted to answer. No? Oh, okay. Okay, that's great. So Vera was saying that there is a chapter missing on the early adopters, so on implementation in an early stage. Yes, I completely take your point. And the one thing that perhaps we could reflect now, there was a phrase that Marie Johnson said in our multiplier event in January. And she said you shouldn't start a new project before you implemented what you developed. And I think this tells a lot about the great scientist that Marie is, and also it tells a lot about the importance of your question. So yes, I think we believe there is so much more that we could have done, but as you pointed out, it's always a balance between what are the aspirations and the resources you have. So yes. So Vera, I completely take your point. And perhaps in a new edition, Vera could write on implementation in an early stage. There you go.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that, just saying that the fact that the project will maintain access to a lot of the resources, and the fact that the book is an open book and you're creating a network, I think it makes it a bit different in that respect, because even if there are some elements of the project that are not reflected in the book, those are things that people can still have access because they will be able, to connect and go to the website and do all of that. Plus, the book was also intended to be a standalone resource, and that's also something that it was taken into consideration throughout the book, so I think that's also something important to refer, because it can be an example and a basis for other people that want to develop something similar.
If I may just add something, I think flexibility in the learning journey is the key concept here. And we have a colleague here, I can't spot her in a room anymore, I think, but we have a colleague here who is a nurse from Azores Islands, and she came from Azores and she decided she would attend this conference because it was so interesting. So of course I felt very pleased with that. This is just short note, and my point is actually that if you think of professionals, for example, and we have many speakers today that mention that, okay, we are focusing students, but professionals are another target group that are really important. And if you think of professionals, we should keep this as flexible as possible. We had a guest in a webinar, so Michael Vallis from Canada is a clinical psychologist, and he also has published work on behavior change. And Michael explained, based on his experience, that running a training for professionals and for students is completely different. Because although in terms of behavior change, I think that before starting my journey in behavior change, I would be at the same level of a student that is learning now. Well, because when I was a student, I wasn't trained properly in this respect. I learned, well, now by looking back, I learned what was common sense, I think, right? So I didn't have an approach based on behavior science. So although professionals and students may have the same needs, they approach learning processes from very different angles, because professionals have an imprint, as Michael explained. They come with their own experience, right? So what Martha said about the book as a standalone thing, as the book as a supplementary resource for the case studies and for the simulation software, it really depends on what kind of learner are you, okay? So this is why we wanted also to keep this flexible. So I'm probably going to be disciplined by the moderator now because I'm talking so much. So over to you, Gregor.
Thank you, Mara. At this point, I would like to thank all of you, all of the speakers again. I know, as Marta mentioned before, the temperature in the room is rising. So we are all looking towards this cocktail reception. But before we get there, we still have one more session. This is a closing session. And with this, I would like to invite Luis Correa from University of Lisbon to take over.
Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this last session of the conference. My name is Luís Correa. I'm from the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Lisbon. And I have the pleasure of being here accompanied by Professor Patrícia Pereira. She's on my left side. She's Vice President of the Nursing School of Lisbon, and especially in Master in Mental Health and Psychiatry, Nursing, Master in Family and Society, and with a PhD in Nursing. And she's a researcher at the Center for Research, Innovation and Development in Nursing, the CIDNUR acronym. And her research interests are in mental health, family dynamics, and therapeutic relationship and living experience. And on my right side, far away, is Cristina Baixinho. Professor Cristina Baixinho is Assistant Professor in Escola Superior de Enfermagem Lisboa, ESL, as we are here. She has a PhD in Nursing, a Master's in School Health with expertise in rehab nursing. And she's also a researcher of CIDNUR. And her research interests are in risk management of falls of residents in elderly residential facilities and in the community, and the hospital community patient transition. So my first challenge is to ask my colleagues here to, since we are at the closing session of the conference, the final conference of the Train for Health project, I would suggest first Patricia and then Cristina first. Okay, Cristina first. To comment on what they have lived and what they can testify about the importance of the project for their research and for the institution, which I should remind that ESL is the main institution and main partner of this project. So both in a personal view, but also in an institutional view, from the point of view of the research center and the student and ESL. Okay, so Cristina.
Okay, thank you, Professor Luís Correia. Before I answer the questions that you made, I would like to initiate in a different form. So first, I start by congratulating the organizing committee and the team of the Train for Health for this event and for all the work done. Special Isa Felix for the lead of the organizing committee of this conference. Yes. Second, I want to express my respect and admiration for this team, my team, and this expression of respect and admiration is due to the work capacity and also the opportunities of joint learning and skills development. Thank you. We got out of this project more strong, more richer, with more life experience. Third, it is necessary to reinforce the international impact of this project, as you could see and listen during the working day. So I will not repeat everything that we heard today, but I need to leave 3 topics, because these 3 topics, even with the second and third edition of a new ebook, will for sure influence this new edition, because the team bring new knowledge and new things for this area. So what I want to reinforce is the fact that we live a European competency framework for health and also other professionals to support behavior change in the self-management of chronic disease. Okay? This is a tremendous gain of the project. We also live in learning outcomes-based curricula that can help and influence the formal and informal curricula in the bachelor education of health and sports professional, so they can deliver behavior change support to persons with chronic disease. We are better, our students can and will be better in this field because of the work of this team. Also, the project leaves high-quality educational products developed and validated by an interprofessional team that allows the education of students and also professionals. These professionals and also professors, okay, because the professors who will use our educational products maybe will learn something and new pedagogic strategies for education in this field. Also, these educational products are innovative and is aligned with the European agenda on digital transformation in education and training, and so the team contributes also for the development of Europe in this field. It can be said that a lot of work, commitment, and a firm leadership orient towards the development of the project, but also of the team, were the key of success. A big well done to the team and a big applause for our leader, Professor Amara Guerreiro. So I talk about the impact institutional and international of the project. Just say also that this last conference served to present and discuss the results of the project and disseminate good practice, but also to involve other research and teachers in this issue. Indeed, the burden that chronic disease represented for society and health systems should be a concern and seem like a challenge for research and educators to be part of the movement to solve this question and improve the health indicators for this person with complex health situation. For me, as a professor, research, and aging person in process, not aged, but in active aging, okay? This is a unique experience, and it is difficult to put that in words. So, for me not to cry, I will finish saying thank you, team. Thank you all that are sitting today here to hear and learn a little bit with us and our project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. To all of you participants in this conference, a warm greeting. My first words are to ask you to apologize for the air conditional technical problems that overtakes our best efforts. I hope the quality of the event has reduced the discomfort of... Today is a day to celebrate. Dear Mara, dear Isa, let me express my thanks and recognition for the way you lead this project and this team. Your leadership made the difference. I am not overstating saying that without your dynamism, ambition, vision, strength, and perseverance, this project would not be possible, at least the way it happened. That's my belief. Thank you. Nursing School of Lisbon is committed to the values of innovation and excellence, supports research and projects and develops knowledge in nursing, and contribute to the best clinical and educational practices in health area. Train for Health project is an example in which ESEL is the leading consortium partner. I'm here as Vice President of the Nursing School of Lisbon, but also as part of the research team of this project. And my thinking tends to be phenomenological, and I will leave more questions than answers. During my participation in this project, while analyzing focus groups interviews, I took my attention to similarities in the narratives of the participants. Students and academics were from different courses, different backgrounds and cultures. They were challenged to reflect on specific topics, like the advantages and barriers of interprofessional education. One of the students said, and I quote, "I feel that in my course we don't talk about anyone else," referring to other professionals. At most, we talk about the doctors who prescribe the drugs, and therefore we end up having a myopic view of the health system. And another student said, "If I know well all the functions of any professionals who works with me in the multidisciplinary team, I am able to refer the patients and provide the best care. That is, the patient's path does not end in me." Our vision of the other professionals' role is mainly informed by the common sense and assumptions. We really don't know each other's competencies. In 2010, World Health Organization launched a document entitled Framework for Action on Interprofessional Education and Collaborative Practice, where, and I quote, recognizes that many health systems throughout the world are fragmented and struggling to manage unmet health needs. Research evidence has shown several results. Collaborative practice can improve access and coordination of health services, appropriate use of specialist clinical resources, health outcomes for people with chronic diseases, patient care and safety, and collaborative practice can decrease patient complications, length of hospital stay, conflict among caregivers, staff turnover, hospital admissions, clinical error, and mortality rates. How many of you say yes to a collaborative practice? Do we really experience this kind of practice? Some previous questions came to my mind, and I would like to share with you. How can we achieve a collaborative practice? How can we change the practice of fragmented care? How can we recognize the respect, the boundaries of each other's field and knowledge? What do we know about each other's role? These questions lead me to a key word, need. In our practice, we are driven by the needs of the patient to plan and carry out our interventions. But I would like to look to a broader side of the need, our own need as professionals. We need each other. During our development as persons and professionals, we always need something. Babies are much wiser than adults. The baby needs food, comfort, and attention, and he asks for it. The baby cries, claims, smiles, and tries to grab around. The need is the source of interaction and evolution. To grow, we need to need. In our classical undergraduate education, we are trained to be independent, not to need someone. Everyone is taught that their profession, skills, and knowledge are a must and essential to the patient. How can we need someone's skills if we are not aware of their abilities? In fact, our team colleague is a stranger to us. How can we not provide fragmented care if we learn in a fragmented way? We need an education that teaches to need and rely on the team members. Interprofessional knowledge, practice, and recognition should begin in the undergraduate education of students, which presents unique opportunities to shape future healthcare teams and to create bridges in practice. Shaping effective interdisciplinary teams takes time, and we are missing opportunities offered by the undergraduate education. Interprofessional education is essential to the development of a collaborative practice. The challenge is a need to learning together, to work together for better health, as stated by World Health Organization. Hope each one of us may be a source of inspiration to work collaboratively and achieve excellence in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you for both for very well structured speeches. But I would like, since we have 15 minutes, and contrary, no, we don't have 15 minutes. 2 minutes? Because it says that the cocktail reception is at 5. Yeah, because outside is much hotter than 1 minute. Okay. So if I only have 1 minute, I would choose to call to the stage 2 other unexpected invitees. So in the first place, maybe someone that you know you may not know, Isa Felix. As organizer of this conference, and well, the chair of organization, and another one that you hardly know of, certainly, is Mara Guerreiro. Since we only have 1 minute, I would ask at this moment to the chair of organization to close the session and give the final words about this meeting and what it represents for the participants and for the project that spanned it.
So thank you, Wish. This is not expected, so I don't have a speech to do. So I want to thank you, everyone, for devote their time to this conference, and we know that we are melting here now, but thank you for coming. I hope that this brings you new ideas for projects, collaborations, and even for professionals to think on self-management and behavior change in other perspective. So I addressed my I thanks in this morning to all the world. So I think I can extend them again, but I don't go to repeat them. So I really appreciate to share this day with you. So this is why Mara and I and all the team work for. So thank you, and over to you, Mara. You have better words to explain better things.
I thought I wasn't allowed to speak anymore, and to be honest, I think you're probably quite fed up of me now because I've been on stage so many times. Okay, just being kind. No, I think after we had wonderful words from Christina and our vice president, and I just think it's going to be difficult to match that now, impromptu. But I just, in addition to the so many thank yous I expressed today, I just want to say a final thank you to the Nursing School of Lisbon, because this project started in 2018, actually, in terms of preparation, and it started with a lot of support from Ezel's leadership in terms even of my time allocation to research. So I'm very grateful for that, and in particular, I think Ezel's current president, João Santos, was instrumental in that support. So please, Patricia, pass my gratitude to Mr. President. And on that note, I think we are all dying for a drink, and I have to unveil a surprise. We'll have sparkling wine. So let's party now.